Mira. Sí, más o menos. Más o menos. Es que se colma, son más 2 semanas y siempre el mismo problema. Yo ya está bueno, ¿verdad? Todo fue bien, pero volví y me fui a dormir porque estaba cansado, me levanté y desde las 5 de la tarde hasta ahora problemas con internet, al punto donde me tuve que pasar a datos móviles y jugar fuera de stream porque OSRS no consume mucho, por dicho, pero streamear sí. OSRS me consumió, vea, de datos móviles en media hora 20 megas, eso no es nada, man. No, o sea, agotado no estoy, es que el ISP literalmente me quita las ganas de jugar, man. Bueno, streamear, porque jugar sí puedo, pero con esos fallos constantes, madre, qué jodera, bicho, qué jodera. Y es que yo digo, ya son 2 semanas en la misma picha, madre, y ya vuelven a fallar otra vez, me cambio, claro, a ver si acaso, no es el único proveedor de servicios que no he tratado. No, lo peor es que, digamos, yo llamo, ¿verdad, Williams? Y estas son las varas que a mí me dan cólera de esta gente. Yo llamo y les digo, madre, tal vara. Yo todo lo veo bien. Y yo, ¿cómo vas a ver todo bien, weón? Yo digo, si hay 300 milisegundos de ping a Google, ¿qué le pasa? Y me dice, bueno, hagamos un test de internet. Me dice, ¿cuánto le sale de subida? Yo, 500, perdón, ¿cuánto le sale de bajada? Yo, 500, y de subida, yo, 200, bicho, eso está pésimo. Ustedes me están robando 300 megas de subida. Ahí está la intermitencia, ahí está el hijo de puta latencia. Yo digo, ahí está todo, madre. Yo digo, si la velocidad es inestable de subida, todo tiene lag. Madre, sí, suave, para pasarlo a nivel 2. Me paso a nivel 2. Madre. Ah, sí, es que estamos teniendo un problema ahí por toda su zona. Yo, madre, pero un problema por mi zona todas las semanas, pero yo digo, ¿aquí qué es, weón? ¿Que se roban el cobre o qué? No, es un problema ahí, madre. Justo cuando yo ayer venía de comer con unos amigos, vi esas camionetas de mi ISP por todo el bulevar por donde yo vivo, madre. Y yo dije, ay, weón. Siempre es algo, madre. Ese es el colmo. Por eso yo digo, madre, si siguen con fallas, no, madre, me tengo que cambiar de ISP, si no voy a morir en Corrupted Gauntlet con el hardcore, weón. Sí, pero eso no es una excusa, man. Eso no es una excusa. Usted no puede manejar el ancho de banda. Usted compra más equipo o sálgase del negocio, man. Así de fácil. Esa excusa de que no tienen para el ancho de banda, man, compre mejores routers. No sea tan tacaño. Da todo lo que uno paga por mes. No sea tan boli, man. Se puede comprar mejores equipos. Ya usted no puede comprar mejor equipo si eres su compañía. Literal. Soluciones hay, más. Usted no las quiere implementar, es otra cosa. Yo busco que me pueda soportar mi ancho de banda y mis condiciones. Punto. Yo esa excusa, además es que hay mucha gente usando internet y bueno, y ustedes no son ISPs. ¿Qué es, bueno? Que ahora en Costa Rica todo el mundo minea Bitcoin, no sea tan bruto, man. Entonces usted me quiere usar la excusa de eso, man, yo la voy a mandar para la picha. Es decir, digo, entonces ¿para qué ofrecen 500 sobre 500 si me estás dando 500 sobre 200, man? Entonces rebájeme eso. No, hombre, man, a mí madre me dijo, más que 2 horas pico, y yo, man, esto no es una presa, weón. Yo, o sea, usted no sabe resolver cuello de botella en internet, ¿para qué tiene la ISP? No, es que no sé qué, yo, más es que usted no puede usar excusas de horas pico. Yo, ni que esta hora fuera una presa, weón. Yo, invierte en equipo o arregle el problema, man. Yo, ahí es problema de hardware o problema de software o problema de enrutamiento. Si ustedes no saben arreglar eso, man, entonces deme acceso al data center y yo le digo qué es el hijo de puta problema, man. Me dice, no, man, no es eso. Yo digo, entonces, ¿qué es, weón? El problema de root, eso es BGP, cámbiala. Digo, problema de equipo, no sea limpio y cómprese otra cuchilla, man. Problema de software, entonces cámbiese de vendor, man. Así de fácil, o sea. Digo, si ya fuera algo global, man, ya eso estaría en las noticias, es algo de aquí. Entonces, yo digo, man, no, usted con esas pichas a mí no me va a agarrar. O man, me dijo, man, esas horas hay mucha gente usando internet. Yo digo, a mí qué me importa. Digo, entonces, ¿usted qué? ¿Le da solo servicio a 10 personas? No joda, man. Digo, ¿cómo hacen las empresas que tienen que estar conectadas 24/7 para agarrar pedidos y todo, man? ¿Cuál es su excusa? No, 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 no. A mí esa hora, las horas picos, me la trató de aplicar otro carajo ahí en el ISP. Y yo, horas picos, sí, yo, man, no. Hey, Levon, how's it going? Sí, igual si eso fuera el caso, man, yo me ahorro en la plata o los puedo demandar, man, así de fácil, porque si es publicidad falsa, man, usted me da mi velocidad que yo estoy pagando, o devuélvame la plata o nos vamos a corte, pero porque, o sea, yo no le voy a aguantar mierditas a usted. Usted me da el servicio que yo pago, no me dé ni pitch. Así de fácil, yo no agarro las cosas a medias. Nice. Through the altar or with Arceus? Or not Arceus. What is that called? Sia rune crafting? Thea rune crafting? I don't know. That's what I did for 99 when I was broke. So. It's very, very AFK. Pero sí, no, man. Mi Colby me trató de usar esa excusa y yo a mí no me interesa, man. Digo, usted me da lo que yo estoy pidiendo, o mejor no se meta de ISP, literal. Y además, usted me da lo que yo pido, o mejor quítese de proveedor de servicio. No, esto ya lo vamos a arreglar. Y yo, ¿cuándo, man? Yo digo, llevamos un mes en la misma picha. Yo digo, ¿cuándo va a arreglar esa hora usted? Yo digo, no, man. Yo digo, ustedes no saben tratar al cliente. Yo digo, toma su equipo y vaya como mierda. Yo digo, aquí los clientes se tratan así y usted no los trata de locos, man. Punto. Y es que yo digo a ellos, man, yo me doy cuenta, yo tengo cosas que corren en tiempo real, man. Yo digo, si se cae, yo me doy cuenta. Pero yo no soy el usuario que solo ve TikTok y Facebook como un imbécil, man. Yo me doy cuenta de mi internet. Yo me doy cuenta cuando se cae porque lo mío es en tiempo real, weón. Yo me paso viendo YouTube todo el día y los más, no, es que es para, puede ser que sea su equipo, yo no empiece con eso, man. Digo, eso se lo acepto en el año 91, man. Pero no ahora, man. Cuando usted ve que una compu no se conecta por una falla en la NIC, es mentira. Entonces se le muere la NIC, se le muere la tarjeta madre. Pero ¿está seguro que es compu directamente conectada a Wi-Fi? Es directamente conectada. ¿Qué clase de mongolo hace test con Wi-Fi? No, hombre, man. You know what I've been doing lately, man? I've been taking Totemic. And so far it's not so bad. You know what I mean? At the boss it's free. Once he reaches 750 you kill the totem. And you should be fine. But if you have myopia 3 sometimes you can run into issues, but yeah. Bueno, ya que tenemos... Ah, Williams, verás qué bueno robarle a ese paladín. Hice como 1600 Chaos Runes como en una hora. Hora y algo. Es una estupidez, man. Para un Iron Man eso es el sueño. Porque si usted entrena magia gratis. Literal, pero yo me quedé así, man, ¿qué es esto tan bueno? ¿Dónde estuvo toda mi vida este hijo de puta? Y el thieving rate no es tan malo. Al hero sí cuesta robarle. Hasta con 99 thieving, pero el paladín da mucho. Da 4 chaos runes por row. Bueno, son 2, pero a mí me da 4 por el rogues. Una estupidez, mae. Yo dije, mae, aquí voy a volver y mínimo voy a hacer 10k de chaos para entrenar bastante. Pero sí, lo bofearon muy bien. Y a mi Iron, bueno, le salió le salió una hora para hacer un Elite Cruise, que obviamente no tienen los requisitos, pero eso significa que hay una manera de farmear Master Cruise que no involucra hacer PvM. Y eso es algo increíble, porque toda la vida se ha tenido que hacer PvM para Cruise. Entonces se puede hacer en Easy Clues, ya sea los miembros del HAM o en los de Barlamore te salen los Easy. Los Mediums está creo que con el... ya te digo, el Medium creo que es con el Diablo, con los gnomos, no me acuerdo. Que también se roban muy fáciles. Los Hard creo que son los paladines también, creo. Y los Elite son los Hero. Entonces te puede sacar un Master Cluster robando. Es increíble, man. Un día voy a testear a ver cuánto duro sacando todas las scrolls. Porque yo creo que ese método es mucho mejor que estar yendo a matar Lizard Demons y toda esa vara, man. Y es a puro thieving, man. Esto no tiene que ser PvMing. Sí, ese Hero antes nadie lo robaba y el paladín tampoco. El paladín literalmente, man, es un paraíso para usar, man. Yo vi eso, yo como que 2 Chaos Runes más pouch garantizado. Yo además, no puede ser real. Man, y así casi 2000 Chaos Runes en una hora y algo yo. Dios mío, man. Esto es un money maker. Entonces, no. Totalmente increíble. Exacto, solo ocupas thieving, no ocupas nada más. Entonces tal vez este fin de semana, bueno, el jueves creo que es feriado, entonces puedo dedicarme a hacer un poco de thieving. Pero tengo que terminar un Master Club que ya tengo. Pero dedicarme a hacer thieving, a ver en cuánto saco un Master. Y creo que vale mucho más la pena que estar matando y comprando implants y haciendo toda esa vara, claro que sí. Ya creo que mañana tengo suficiente dinero para recargar el cristal. No lo voy a hacer todavía porque voy a hacer eso que te dije. De tratar de subir fletching para ver qué arcos me convienen. Porque yo digo, más si por AOE muero por alguna estupidez, quiero volver a entrar sin tener que estar amarrado a un arma. Porque el Bone Crossbow ya probó lo que vale, el problema no es él. Pero sí tengo mis dudas con ese crystal. Bueno, es que también mi armadura no es muy buena. Porque el bono de range depende de las armas. Le digo, de la armadura. Yo creo que si hubiera tenido así como carriers o algo así ya lo hubiera sacado, pero bueno. Pero sí, quería, digamos, tener una segunda opción por si Crystal me vuelve a fallar. Obviamente no me va a fallar en cargas, pero si me muero otra vez, no quiero volver a grindar GP por Crystal. Entonces mañana seguro lo que hago es entrenar woodcutting, que no quería, y hacer cosas de maple hasta poder llegar, aunque sea use short bolts, que ahí empieza la buena XP. Y listo. Sí, yo ya sabía eso. La tienda de Baroque solo vende Maple. De hecho, yo ahí compré cuando empecé a entrenar range. Pero bueno, no importa, no es la gran cosa. No es la gran cosa. Yo con tal de que, digamos, me pueda llevar tal vez como un View Longbow y un Magic Shortbow o un Use Shortbow, yo creo que con eso estoy bien. Bueno, ni siquiera hay Shortbow porque el Crossbow es mucho mejor a nivel de accuracy. Pero sí, toda esta semana después voy a entrenar fletching para ver cómo me va. Ay, madre, qué pereza con este hijo de puta, Dios mío. Que es la única parte donde Totemic me está jodiendo, perro. Porque Totemic no es como abejas. Que abejas se matan en un one hit KO, madre. Totemic literalmente, si su bono de magia es como negativo o cero, no va a pegar. Entonces como que me jodió porque no me alcanzó el DPS, pero... Ok, aquí yo puedo en realidad usar ese mago a mi ventaja, van a ver cómo. Ven. Es que no me acuerdo cuánto costaba la segunda carga, mae. 720, sí, yo tengo 650. Ya para hoy tengo la plata, pero no lo voy a cargar todavía porque voy a dedicarme a tener fletching sí o sí para no depender solo de Crystal. Yo sé que el problema va más allá de mi control, o sea, que va más allá o sea, el problema soy yo, el problema no es el Crystal, el problema soy yo. El problema es que no tengo nada que me guste ranging, no lo tengo. No lo tengo y no voy a hacer las excusas de ay ma es el arma, ay ma eso no sé qué, no soy yo, el problema soy yo porque literalmente la primera no me alcanzaban las cargas por la falta de DPS, la segunda un error, entonces esos han sido problemas míos, entonces a mí me falta aunque sea un amuleto que no tengo, entonces dime, también puedo hacer esta semana algunas partes de Recipe for Disaster para poder ay madre, me lleva el diablo con esta vara. Pero sí, voy a subir fletching esta semana. A ver cómo me va. No debería salir el tótem otra vez porque sale cada 2 minutos. Pues ya tuve esa idea del Venar, madre, porque si no... Ok, aquí le quiero dar con esto para recuperar un poco de vida. Pero hay que tener en cuenta eso. Sí, los meter buffs yo sé que me ayudarían mucho, así mucho. Entonces eso está dentro de mis planes para sacarlo esta semana. Y yo sé que es como tener un combat bracelet, y créanlo, un combat bracelet ahorita me haría una gran diferencia. Porque los ice gloves en realidad no hacen nada, son decorativos, son defensivos, entonces con eso no sé si tiene range strength, creo que no. Pero por lo menos un poco de accuracy me haría pegar más. Pero todo bien, todo bien. Lo que motiva eso es que 2 intentos y los 2 llegamos a Jad, que eso es muy bueno. No es como que morimos antes de tiempo. No es como que el problema está antes de Yad, así que eso es lo bueno. Y los waves peligrosos los fuimos resolviendo dividiendo, entonces no. No creo que sea necesario que me aprenda esas rotaciones, mae, porque si un Pure no las ocupa, ¿por qué yo las ocupo, verdad? Ma, aquí sí ocupo que el tío se ponga la 10, ma, porque si no se pone la 10, ma, me va a culiar totem. Pégale bien, ma. Listo. No estoy seguro, pero estoy seguro que ocupo el Snake Skin, pero no sé dónde conseguirlo. Esto no lo dropea Sobra. Ya te digo. Ropa de serpiente, creo que puedo hacer algunos items. Creo que los zapatos y los band braces. Pero eso sí no sé dónde conseguirlo. Tendría que buscar si es solo Solra que lo bota. Qué madre con esta vara, madre, porque Totemic me va a quedar súper incómodo aquí. Sí, igual yo sé que el Combat Bracelet, bueno, los Meteor Gloves me ayudarían más porque también me ayudarían para lo que es melee. Entonces, quiero ver qué tan lejos puedo llegar en Recipe for Disaster. Lo único bueno de Totemic es que sale y es imposible que le vuelva a salir otra vez. Porque, dime, no va a durar 2 minutos matando a este monstruo. Lo mismo pasa con Sol, pero... ¿verdad? Así como puta relentless, man. And nothing, ayer fue el colmo, pero hoy también se está acercando a eso. Vamos a ver si le podemos hacer un AutoPS. Sí. Ni siquiera había visto el loot. Ok. Hasta ahora me parece un desfile. Son tantas invocaciones que parece un desfile, vean. Ni siquiera pude maxear como otra cosa, ¿no? 3, 3, 3. Ok. Ok, ahí creí que me iba a equivocar, entonces me preparé para el error, man, porque el maxi de él me hubiera mandado para afuera. No, Totemic won't appear anymore. He casually appears when he says his whatever phrase. Perfect parry, ciao. Ugh. God, look at all these symbols, man. Looks like a parade. Huh? Is that not working? It's Souls. Ah, no, that's on Twitch. What? Don't tell me Botrix is not working again. Settings. Let's see. Chatbot. Command. It should be working. Yeah. There it is. Didn't work for you, huh? Va a buscar ese Snake Skin, dame un momento. Snake Skin. Lamento informarte, William. Todo el Snake Skin viene de Solver. Ahí sale piel de serpiente, Source, Solver. No. Bien. The goal is to keep on doing this while I am training my hardcore. Until I reach some of the elves and I have to reach, you know, our stuff on the hardcore. Right now it's doing some AFK stuff, so just money maker. One year on the Inferno I wasn't able to make money, so here I am. Pero me fue bien. De hecho, se cortó muy rápido. Me sorprendió. Normalmente duró más, duré muy poco. Sí, exacto. ¿Es dragón o dragón? How much? I think it's around 7 or 8 bill, I believe, because it was like 6 bill in the bank and 2.6 billion in quivers in my bank, so call it 8.6 or 8 point something billion in per month. Sí, lo hice con máquina. Es una máquina inalámbrica. Tiene una batería que se carga. Muy bonita. Sí, llegué allá. En la primera lo dejé en 20 HP y se me fueron las cargas del Crystal. En la segunda, los healers no quisieron colaborar y pasé a través de Jad como 4 veces. Un healer se quedó pegado, se destrabó. Y cuando volví a pasar y quedaron bien, me pegó un cabezazo. Entonces, en todas llegué a Jad. I'm not sure, dude. For the Coliseum, I haven't checked ranks or anything. I'm just here to make money. With Inferno, I was more self-aware because those high scores never move. But when I got my first KC on April 2nd of the Coliseum, people were ahead of me by a lot. They had like 200, 300, or 400. So I don't think I'll be number 1 by now. I don't think so. It's a good money maker. There's probably a lot of people doing it more than me. Being 2.6 billion in quivers because I got 1,000 quivers in my bank. That's around 2.6 billion, depending on the time. Oh, really? Cool. I save only 1,000 and the rest I just exchange them for splinters. Nice. Yeah, with Inferno it was easier to track because, you know, when I got my first KC on March 19 last year, I realized that nobody was as crazy as me to do as many KC as I did. So I was like, yeah, there's no competition there. So in order to get like the 1,000, I was like, yeah, I just have to spend 1 year of my life there. And, you know, just sleep 4 hours a day during that year and, you know, deal with it. Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. ¿Qué pasa en GTZ? Bueno, lo investigaré, Williams. Igual yo pienso que quiero invertir más en fletching para no solo tener Crystal Ball, porque yo pienso que me está decepcionando mucho. Y yo sé que mi armadura es estúpida, pero ustedes vieron cómo pega el Bone Crossbow en todo menos el Major. Es muy bueno. Entonces, sí, mi armadura es una estupidez, pero el Crystal Bow debería ser mucho más bueno. No debería ser tan basura, man. Yeah, I think that rank 1, well, the previous rank 1 sucked. That guy was there for years, I believe. Somebody told me on a long time ago that, oh, that guy hasn't moved in like years. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. I was like, okay. But I was like, okay, dude, you know, it's Inferno is not a big deal. It cost me like what, 1.8, 1.7 billion to do that. In the course of 1 year, it's nothing. So yeah, it's just that nobody is that insane to do that because, you know, what's in it for you when you do that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All you do is waste money and time. So what's the point, right? But I realized that if you want to teach something, you have to set the example because a lot of people won't believe you when you tell them advices if you don't have like a high rank or something. They pretty much won't believe anything you say because, you know, they'll be like, oh, what do you know, right? So whenever I coach, I was giving advice to people. I think when I started coaching, I had like 50 KC. And people are like, oh, you're not even the top 25. Why should I believe you? I was like, I don't know, man. Good faith? And they were like, no, I don't believe you. I was like, okay, don't believe me. Lo que limita el Crystal son las cargas. ¿Se dan cuenta? Ocuparías como 10 millones para ir más tranquilo. Sí, pero no. Yo voy a entrenar crafting toda esta, perdón, fletching toda esta semana y ver qué tan lejos llego, Williams. Porque si ya vuelvo a hacer otro run y se me acaba el Crystal Ball, yo no voy a volver a Barlamore, a volver a grindear esto. Claro, cada vez es menos, pero ese no es el punto. O sea, ese no es el punto para nada, ¿verdad? O sea... Ya vuelve a fallar el Crystal Ball. Bueno, en la última no fue falla cargas, pero... O sea, ya me vuelve a fallar a nivel de EPS, pero yo me voy por un Magic Longbow. No, porque Carrier literalmente comparte... O sea, hay que tener buena RNG. Y una manera de llegar ahí, no tengo Fairy Rings, porque no tengo el nivel de Herblore. Entonces yo estoy pensando más en long term a short term, no en... Perdón, mid term a short term. Algo como Carriers va a ocupar demasiado tiempo y demasiada suerte. Y yo no tengo ninguno de las dos. Entonces prefiero insistir con eso, ya que la segunda vez no fue el problema de las cargas, sino fue estupidez mía. Pero yo estoy seguro que la próxima lo sacamos. Nice. Why Ecobots? Well, they give strength, they give prayer, they give defense. I love all of those things. No quiver, nice. Sí, también. Esta semana voy a intentar con fletching, Williams, porque tengo muchos Adamant Arrows. Y en Soulwares casi que los regalan, entonces... Y también los venden en Baroque. No se puede, no tengo el nivel para hacerlo en crafting. Y no puedo hacer Green Dehyde porque no tengo el nivel de crafting. Y no tengo dragones verdes disponibles y no iré al Wilderness, por eso sería un suicidio. But yeah, it's very funny. OSRS community has this weird effect where people don't, I don't know how to put it, people don't subscribe to, I mean, by subscribe I'm not talking about money, and I'm not talking about YouTube subscription. I'm trying to put it in a way that, in a psychological way, people don't like follow or subscribe to somebody in a way that they, you know, pay attention to them unless, you know, they think that they're convincing. But if you even give them the example that, you know, what you're doing works, that you can get from point A to point B by using X, Y, and Z, people still won't believe you. And that's really weird. I have only found that here. Facts don't matter. You know, it's just what I like. It's more like when you, I don't know if you met somebody that's on a cult or like on this very weird Christian movement, and you told them things about what they're doing, and they're like, oh no, it's just that, you know, you're an outsider, you don't understand the things we do. And you're like, really? It looks very dumb to me. And they're like, yes, of course, because you don't believe in the things that we do, but if you see it in the way that we do, you will see that, I don't know, giving that preacher like 10% of our salary makes sense. And you're like, why? What happens if you don't? Oh, you know, we won't be happy or something. I tried to go out with a chick that was something like that, and it didn't work. Like it didn't work. The girl was just too into it. It's hard to penetrate the mind of somebody that just watches a certain type of thing. It's really hard. It's really hard, to a point that it's not like I'm right, you're wrong. It's more like I love this person in a way that it's not rational, so I'm gonna defend it to the end regardless if the person cares about me or not. That's the level of things that I notice on the RuneScape community. No matter how you approach somebody, if you're not well known, they're not gonna listen to you, even though you can give them one good advice that is gonna change the way that they play. They don't care. They really don't care. I told a girl that was constantly failing at the Coliseum, hey, have you tried Masori? Because I think Tumaken is killing you, and the reason why it's killing you is because you don't know how to alternate everything. Same here, right? I'm not the best alternator guy, right? Or the guy alternating, or whatever it's the word. So I was like, why don't you use Masori and Ativo? It's way easier, and even without potted, you hit 50, so that's really good. Man, she was like on wave 4, doing really well. And she snapped at me like saying, oh, look at how slow I'm going. I was like, what? What do you mean slow? And she was like, yeah, with Tumaken I can go faster. And I was like, okay. But look at all your resources. You haven't brewed yet. You're doing great. Why you don't just continue a run with Masori? You're doing good. I don't know. I like this. And she exited. And then she got win with Ancestral, got to 10 and that. I was like, why you don't give chance to new things? And she just stopped replying. I was like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Keep on dying. Keep on dying. If that makes you happy, go for it. It was very funny. I was like, I wouldn't give you an advice if I wouldn't test it myself. I'm not giving you an advice because I watch a video and now I feel like an expert. I'm giving you an advice because it works for me and I want you to move on with your life and get the clearer, right? Yeah, that is true. That is true. My friend that was in this I don't know, I think it's called Hasidic Jewishism, that they dress in black and white only, and they have like these curls around them. I used to work with a guy that was in that religion, and he told me, you know something, that it's a good advice. He was like, the best help is not helping. And I was like, really? And he was like, yep. He said, the more you help somebody, the less they value you. Because, you know, you help them, they think that's for granted because they deserve it. But if you don't help them, they will respect you more. And I was like, really? He was like, yep. He was like, it's just like that thing when you give a child everything and they don't have to work for anything, they will be really ungrateful with everything. So you have to make them, you know, in order to get something, they have to work for it, either, you know, with grades or, you know, wash the dishes or, you know, do their homework, get good grades, whatever. And then you give them something in exchange. But he said, if you give them everything, they don't appreciate anything. I was like, wow. Yeah, that's a good advice, man. Because we were talking about how, you know, sometimes you really care for somebody or love somebody or you're in love with somebody and you give them a lot and they don't respond back or they don't just care. And yeah, my friend was like, oh, you know what, let me give you an advice, because I was like 21 and he was like 40 something. So he was like, man, listen to me, I've been here longer than you, like, you know, just by a couple of years, like 20 years, but you know, this is what I learned so far. I was like, okay. It was very interesting working with him. He always had like some advice for you. Very nice guy. The conversation sparked because I was telling him that I was trying to go out with this chick, but she didn't show interest. So, you know, I used to, like, I don't know, ask her out every time I could, but she always said she didn't have time. And my friend was like, you know what, man, the more you try with her, the less she will care. Just stop talking to her, like, really. And if she doesn't reply, you know, even in this small country, we have 4 million people, go for somebody else. And I was like, yeah, I know, right? And he was like, yeah. Yeah, it was very funny. It was very funny. I still coach people on weekends, you know, for free, of course. but only if they come to me. I used to try to, you know, when somebody was doing Inferno, I was like, hey man, you need help? I think that doesn't work. That really doesn't work. That really doesn't work, man. If you go to somebody else's stream and they're having troubles with something and you offer them help, they'll think that you're making fun of them or something. I was like, I wonder if they have a job and they have to, you know, take feedback from their boss, because I have to every year. My boss gives me, you know, my metrics, and he tells me, oh, okay, you could do better at this, or I noticed this that you don't do well. And, you know, I don't blow him off and say, oh, what do you know? You know, he is my boss, and there's a reason he is my boss. And I really like the guy, so if you cannot take feedback or criticism, you really have a problem. I'm 27 and my theory is men are more romantic. Are the romantic ones, not women, which is why most men try to be romantic. It gets discussed and leaves. Yeah, I noticed that too, dude. Like, I noticed that because I think when you are younger, you are more like, I don't know, when you're like early 20s or 19 or 18 or even 16 or 15, we're more like to fall in love madly. But you know, it makes somebody think that we're like desperate or something. I was like, what? I thought that that's what you wanted, you know? That's I thought that that's what you saw in movies and it works, but turns out that doesn't work. But now I think when you get older, you're like, you're doing your own thing, and if you try to go with somebody and that somebody doesn't reply to you, you're like, I don't care, and you move on with your life, and then they come looking for you. I noticed that works better. By weird it sounds, right? You would think it should be opposite, right? Oh, why am I got hit up 23? What was that? Oh, I think that was from the Manticore. I think that was a slap. Yeah, because the max hit of these things are not, they don't suppress 20, and the melee was already there. But yeah, you might be right, dude. You might be right. When I was at my very first job, I tried to meet like girls there, but no, I gave up. Like after 2 years, I was like, man, this is not worth it. I was like, you have to get out of your way just to, you know, please them. And I was like, no, man, I'm not doing this again. It's a waste of time. If they don't like you, they don't like you. There's nothing you can do about it. And I literally went out of my way. Like, for example, I remember I went out with a girl that, you know, I was working during the night and she was working during the day. So I made the effort to go out with her when, you know, I was supposed to be asleep. And at the first time she showed a little bit of interest, but then it all died. And I was like, oh my God, I wasted so much time that I could be sleeping just for nothing. Like, not even for anything. Like, you know, it was just a waste of time altogether. Exactly. I think they appreciate, I think they see it like a lack of confidence when you care a lot. I don't know why, dude. I thought that should be the point that you care, but I think they associate with that lack of confidence and not caring like confidence. That is so weird. You'll think that if you care, that means that you have confidence enough to show somebody that you care, but I don't know, dude. Man, and if you have used those dating apps, my God, I started this year and there was a girl that says, "Oh, if you want to go out with me, I have a weird request." And I was like, okay. That you might think that I'm toxic. And I was like, yeah, probably. What is it? And she was like, I want to be able to track you 24/7, you know, and check your phone. I was like, you know that is stupid, right? And she was like, no, it's not. I was like, yes, it is. And she was like, I just need access to your emails and everything. I was like, no, that's a cybersecurity breach. I'm not giving you access to my accounts. What is wrong with you? Oh, so you have something to hide. I was like, yeah, I do. That is true. That is true. That is true. But yeah, the rest of the people that I met on these apps is like, I don't feel that thing that I felt when I was like 21. Like, I want to go out with them and talk with them consistently. I'm like, oh my God, maybe I'm dead inside, or maybe I'm just, I don't know. Maybe it's not there, but I went out with one and I thought it was the one, but then she told me, oh, what do you do after work? And I was like, sleep sometimes, work out, you know, sleep, because my cat is on the same bed, so I go to sleep and she sleeps next to me, and I wake up, work out, shower, dinner, play video games. And her assessment was like, oh, maybe you're seeing other girls. And I was like, yeah, I definitely look like a party guy, right? And she was like, okay, but really, what do you do after work? I was like, I just told you. And she was like, I don't know, I think you're seeing other girls when you get off work. And I was like, I don't go out during the week. And I told her, I have like 3 bars next to me, and I don't go to any of them. But I think she thinks that because I think she is very extrovert, so since she goes out a lot, maybe she thinks that I'm doing the same. And I was like, no, I only go out during the weekends, and it's usually with friends, family, or, you know, yeah. And I was like, and it's pretty routine stuff like supermarket, watch a movie. I told her it's the most boring thing you can think. I was like, you'll be bored if I tell you what I did on the weekend. But it was very funny. She was like, are you sure you're not seeing any other girls? I'm like, maybe I am, and I sleepwalk, and I don't know, I become very charming when I sleepwalk, but no. She's like, it's just that I cannot believe that you sleep that much. I was like, you realize that I stay up almost all day and day at work sometimes, and after that I have to go get some sleep eventually? And she was like, yeah, but you know, why do you do that? I was like, I don't know, I like playing games, I guess. It was very weird, dude. You're stuck on that thing where you're telling the truth, but the person hearing it doesn't want to hear it. Somebody, hell yeah. So you gotta go, Sasha, on her way over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when she told me that, dude, I lost all interest. I'm like, there is no way that you're projecting on me. I was like, I'm not even keeping tracks on you. Asking you where you are at 24/7. I mean, I think she told me she got a job that requires her to travel a lot, and I didn't even ask her, and are you going with? Or I was like, okay, have fun. Have you ever been there before? And she told me, yeah, many times. I didn't even ask her, oh, with whom? I was like, oh, okay, is the place nice? And she said, yeah, I really love that place. And I was like, okay. I just gave her like a fun fact that a lot of people from that area have won the lottery many times. So I was like, you might want to buy a lottery, right? And she was like, oh yeah, lol. And I was like, yeah. But yeah, it's really weird. And then other people just disappear, you know? They're like, oh yeah, sure, let's go out someday. They don't respawn again. Yeah, I mean, this chick wanted to meet like my mom and everything. I was like, we have only been on one date, right? And she was like, yeah, but you know, you want to meet my family? I was like, right now? And she was like, no, like some weekend. I was like, yeah, maybe in the future, right? But why so fast? I don't know, man. I mean, I think I liked her at first, but after what she told me about, oh, you're going out with our girls, I was like, yeah. I don't know, dude. Like, I like talking to her and everything, but you know, I think that spark or whatever, it's gone. And you know, with that thing that you're like, oh, I have a bad gut feeling about this. When I went out with her, I got really ill. I ate something in my stomach is very delicate. So I was like, maybe even my stomach was trying to tell me something. But yeah. I hope that was perfect parry. Just that when he says break, it could be your legs or your back, so sometimes when I put myself in this angle, I don't zoom out a lot. I know that's bad, but the way I play. But yeah. Basically what I told myself when I was like quote unquote dating her, I don't think those were like real dates. I told myself I'm really happy with what I got right now going on, so you know, do I really want to add somebody else to that? And I was like, I might want to add it, but they need to give me no troubles. And you know, if your first reaction is you're seeing other girls, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm sleepwalking. And she said, oh, you might have a condition because nobody can sleep that much. I was like, okay, a condition like what? And she was like, I don't know, maybe you have a sleeping problem. I was like, no, I used to fall asleep in the shower when I was a kid, but that's because I stay up all night. But yeah, I was like, yeah, you should get that checked. I'm like, why? Because I like staying up all night? And she was like, yeah, that's not normal. I was like, looks normal to me. I like playing games. What's wrong with that? He said, yeah, but it's not normal that you sleep during the day. I was like, why not? I work night shift most of my life. You better focus on your hobbies, live life, enjoy it, and when you're happy, you're best. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you know what I noticed it? I think when I was like in high school or when I was like 18 or 19, um how's it called? I used to like lie to people and tell them that I didn't play video games and stuff because I was like, oh, what would a girl think about you if she thinks that you're just playing video games all day? But I just tell them straight up, like, you know, I like doing what I do, so if you don't like it, you know, next. But yeah, I mean, only one girl showed that, and another one I met, she was like a teacher or something. I'll tell you a story when you're back from the ad. It was really funny. Six, three. Yeah, no, I do work out. I do work out. Not every day because sometimes I'm like, oh, I prefer sleeping, but I would say 5 days a week. It's like riding a bike for like 45 minutes. And the doctor told me, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. And then I met another chick that she was a teacher. The one that wanted to check my phone was I think it was a nurse, but she was something that gave me a red flag about her is that she was like, oh, and how do you often you have sex? I'm like, why do you want to know that? I was like, I don't know. I want to know if, you know, the thing down there works. I'm like, it works. And she was like, how do you know? I was like, I don't know. It works. Like, you know. And she was like, oh, does it get up, you know, normal? And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not like I have to lift it, right? And she was like, no, but I want to know, like, do you have any problems there? I was like, not really. Why? Are you studying to be like a nurse specialized in penis or what? And she was like, no, I'm just curious. I'm like, okay. But yeah, she was very, very strange. And then when she told me I want to check your phone, I told her, you know what? You look really, really good. I was like, if I was a moron, I would pretty much let you use my, you know, check my phone. And probably you'll get some money out of me, but no. I was like, not really. Not right now. Like, you're a nice girl, but you look really, really strange. And from what you told me that you want to check my phone, I work in cybersecurity, and there's no way that I'm gonna ever give you my phone. Like, who the hell gives his phone to another human being that you don't even know? I was like, not even my own mother checks my own phone, and I'm gonna give it to you? No. And she was like, okay, but you can give me the passwords and I can check your online activity. I was like, you realize that your theory is so stupid that it fails so much that I can give you a fake phone with fake accounts and you will think that you're tracking me and you're not tracking me. It has a big flaw. And she said, oh, and who will do that? I was like, I don't know. Who will check somebody else's phone? She said, oh, it's just that I don't like you liking other girls. I'm like, all right, because, you know, maybe you're liking some other guys and I won't know because I don't have access to your stuff. And he said, oh, no, you can have access to my stuff. I don't care. I was like, no, that's the principle of trust. If you don't trust me and you don't trust yourself, why should you trust others? Right? Trust is a two-way alley, not just I'm going to spy on you. And if I don't see anything, I'm going to cause a lot of problems. I'm like, You realize that that's not very, very sane. And she was like, I don't know. The guy that I was before, he agreed to it. I was like, yeah, he was probably desperate. I was like, only desperate guys will agree to that. And I was like, and I'm not desperate. I'm really happy right now. So, yeah, no. Yep, exactly. I just told her this. Not if my mom checks my phone. Why should you? And she said, oh, I just want to know that you're not cheating on me. I was like, well, you work in a hospital with a lot of doctors that might be good looking. Why you're not the one that is cheating? You know, I work from home. You work at a hospital. You have more chances of cheating than I do. Who I'm going to cheat with? The neighbor that is never home? The elderly woman that lived next to me? Or the store that is in front of me? And she was like, yeah, but I just want to make sure. And I was like, and how do I keep tracks on you on the hospital? And she was like, oh, no, you can't. I was like, okay, that's the problem. You can track me and I'm home 24/7, so... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 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 And I think I messaged her like, I don't know, like 3 months ago or so when I met her. And she was like, oh my God, you're such a... I don't know what's the word she used, like very mean or something, because I didn't message her. I was like, wait, what? I messaged you like the last 5 times. You have to input some work. I'm not going to be messaging you 24/7. I was like, who the hell you think you are? Megan Fox? Like, no. You input some work, girl. I'm not going to do everything. I just told her, I know yet that you're very cute. You know, if I was, and I told her, you're very beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, you have a nice figure, your face is very cute. But I think that you have, you know, just because you have that, you think that I have to behave the way that you want me to behave, and I don't do that. Back in 2012, dude, I met this chick, and she had like 3 kids, you know, bad indicator. And oh my God, she told me, oh, you know what? I want to be with you, but you know, you have responsibilities at home, so, you know, just ditch, you know, your family and come to live with me. I was like, okay, but this has to be even field, right? So you leave your kids, and then we escape together to an unknown place. And she was like, oh, I cannot leave my kids. I was like, so it's okay for me to leave my things, but it's not okay for you to leave your things, right? And she was like, yeah, they're my children. I was like, yeah, and that's my mother and my grandmother, and they depend on me. And I was like, so why your family is more important than mine? Explain me that. Oh man, she got upset. She was like, how can you tell me I'm a mother? I was like, yeah, I don't care. My God, dude, that was one of the funniest days of my life. She was like, how can you say that? I was like, and how can you say what you say without consequences? Like, I told her, you're very beautiful. You think that makes you entitled to be the way you are? No. And I was like, you know, just you being beautiful doesn't work with me. Like, really, there's so many better looking than you or than me in every part of the world, you know? So I was like, if you think looks are gonna save you for that comment, no, that's not gonna fly for me. Oh yeah, she didn't like that comment. Exactly, dude, exactly. Oh man. But it is very funny, like, you have to laugh at those things because otherwise you will go nuts. If you don't laugh at those things, you'll probably go insane. I think I told that chick, you know, a conversation, it's like a, you know, I guess like an internet connection, you have to send and receive. If I only send and don't receive, what's the point of having that, right? And she was like, it's not the same. I was like, it's the same thing. And then she used, you know, oh, it's because of my job. I was like, yeah. I deal with cybersecurity threats. I have to check a lot of stuff as well, you know? And she was like, yeah, but I'm a nurse. I'm like, wow. I was like, if that's how nurse behaves, you know, I think, you know, dating a doctor will be insane too. But yeah. That nurse chick was a big no-no. Since the first time, you know, on those dating apps, you know, when somebody asks you for your number that quick, there's usually something wrong with them. Or it's a scam. But when she asked me, like, for my number, I was like, am I really that good looking? Or is she that desperate? Or is that a guy? Or is this a scam? Am I gonna get robbed? Am I gonna get put in a trunk with no kidneys or what? And no, it turns out that it was the real deal, but she was nuts. Yeah, you're gonna be interested pretty face having. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I remember the nurse chick asked me, do you think I'm attractive? I was like, yeah, a lot. And she was like, and what? And I was like, and what? And she was like, yeah, and what do you think about that? I was like, I don't know, you're pretty. And she was like, yeah, and what? And I was like, I don't know what you want me to tell you, that I'm so attracted to you that I will kill for you or what? And she was like, no, but what do you think about me in general? I was like, I know you for 2 days. What do you want me to think? It was so weird. And then all the sex questions, and then I need to check your phone. I was like, no. And she was like, oh, what was your previous relationship like? And I was like, really short and really stupid. And she was like, why? And I was like, well, she was a little bit older than me. She had kids and she wanted me to pretty much leave everything behind for her, but she wouldn't put this in work. So I ditched her. You know, number nurses and number on her. You can look it up. You know what? You're not the first one that tells me that. My dad actually, when started dating one, and she actually appeared on a website that, you know, offering sex. My dad went out with a nurse, and even his best friends told him, dude, you know, that woman is a hooker. And my dad was like, no, that's not true. And he lost so many friends because of that, and it was true all along. And even my dad's friends were like, dude, we don't win anything or gain everything from giving you this info. Here's the video. Here's a video of this guy entering your house and staying for like 2 hours and coming out like if he just showered. Like, explain that. And my dad was like, oh, you guys need to mind your own business. And I was like, oh my god, my dad is a moron. I remember my dad trashing his friends, being like, oh, those guys are traitors. I'm like, why they're traitors? They're actually helping you. They're like, yeah, they're just jealous of me. I was like, yeah, I bet they are. He lost, I think, all his childhood friends because of that. I was like, oh my god, how can somebody be that dumb? Real estate agent, lawyer, flight attendant, not positive about. Really? Well, here's a fun fact. I met 2 teachers on that dating app. One of them wanted to go out with me during the week, and I was like, listen, I don't go out during the week because when I finish work, I really just want to follow my routine. I just want to, you know, go to bed, wake up, eat dinner, you know, work out, shower, and then play video games, right? And I was like, can you do can we go out on a weekend? And she was like, oh, I work during the weekend. I was like, from what time to what time? Oh, no, like from midday all the way to like night. I was like, okay, so you have some time during the morning. Do you want to go out and get breakfast or something? And she got really weird. And she was like, oh, okay, where you want to go? So I told her a place. Oh, no, it's too far from me. I was like, okay, what's close to you? Oh, this place. I'm like, okay, I never been there, but let's go. And she was like, okay, sure, but I don't know, I will let you know. I was like, okay, why not? And she just said, oh, because I really like you, and then she blocked me. And I was like, okay, that was so strange, dude. What the hell just happened there? It was like an anime moment, but without anime. And then she came back and I asked her, hey, do you still want to go out? Yeah, but I don't have any money. I was like, when I ask you out, I'm actually paying, you know, I'm not going to make you split. That's, you know, that doesn't look good. And she was like, oh, really? And I was like, yes, really. Do you want to go out or not? I will let you know. I just switched jobs. And I was like, okay, let me know. And then I just pretty much stopped talking to her because it was always the same thing. And then I met another teacher that she said, oh, you know, I'm an English teacher, but I work in a company and I teach English to like employees. I'm like, well, that sounds cool. I never dated a teacher, so I made a joke like, oh, you know, my teenage fantasy came true. And she was like, oh no, but I didn't do anything wrong. When I was a teacher, yes, I went out with a few students, but they were already 18. And I was like, I didn't say anything. I was joking. And she was like, yeah, it's just that people tend to think that I'm, you know, some type of child abuser. I was like, what? What the hell just happened? I was just joking with you. What? It was so weird, dude, that she was like, oh, please don't call me teacher. I was like, okay. I was like, I was just joking. I know that I'm strange, dude, but that was so weird. I didn't understand what happened. Like, a joke just short-circuited her brain and everything got out of control. It was so weird, like. Real estate agents use their assets to secure sales unit. You get what I mean? Yeah. I think they used to have those jokes in 2.5 Men, right? That what was the name of the woman that made Charlie's mom? That she was a real estate agent, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I just closed a deal with a customer," you know. And she would joke about that a lot. I never met somebody that is a real estate agent, but 2 teachers so far. That is so weird, man. Like, I even took a break from those apps. I was like, I'm not gonna use this thing like for at least a couple of months because it's just a waste of time. Just like a waste of time. I was like, I feel even bad messaging somebody because I know it's a waste of time. But yeah, I've been on a break for those apps for, I don't know, I guess 3 months. The other day I opened it, I was like, do I want to really go through this again? I was like, maybe not. I was like, I'm gonna close it again. Yeah, that's a good approach. That's a good approach. That's a good approach, but yeah, it is very. I don't know. I just find it really funny, dude. Like you have to laugh at things because if you don't, you really go nuts. You know, maybe you spend a couple of dollars here, like inviting some of these chicks to eat, but at least, you know, then you can tell the story to other people and they laugh. Oh, look at that. I didn't know he could see me from there. But yeah, it's just plain strange. Bueno, más o menos me pegó. My mom always used to tell me, why you only meet crazy girls? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm not. It was like, I swear to God, every time you bring a girl that I want to meet, she's not. I'm like, Mom, I don't know. Seriously, I must be crazy because I only get those. Yeah, that's what I was reading about, that you should join to places that share your mutual interest, and that's where you get people that understand you. I was like, okay, RuneFest, not just kidding. But yeah, I remember a good written article about a woman that she said, oh, I didn't have like a lot of people that I knew, so I started like going to places that share same hobbies. I think she enjoyed something related to like a certain type of food, and she found a group, and she said that that's how she socialized. I was like, okay, nice. Sí, es que eso es RNG, tristemente. But yeah, now that you mention it, figure a lot of the chicks on those apps are nurses. It's interesting. I was like, oh my god, that career must be on the rise. Or maybe the girls that, you know, study that must be on the rise on those apps. Yeah, I met 2 nurses and 2 teachers there. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they usually ask you, what are you interested in? And I put, you know, games, cats, movies. And then sometimes they tell you, post something crazy about you or something that you don't share, that other people would think that you're nuts for that or things like that. So it is interesting. I remember that I messaged a girl that says, I think you're right. Yeah, have you seen that, Carlos? It's the same thing. A lot of nurses on those dating apps, but a lot. Or studying to become a nurse. Not doctors, but a lot of nurses. Oh yeah, I was you know, these chicks had like, I like movies that are very scary. So my question was like, which is your favorite one? And the answer I got is like, I don't know, there are so many. I was like, you cannot think one in the top of your head, like The Exorcist, or, you know, let's go a little bit more classic, The Ring, whatever, you know, Evil Dead. I mean, something, right? And her response was like, I don't know, there's so many. I was like, what kind of response is that? Like, and I was like, okay, see ya. I was like, you know, you have to have a favorite one if you say that you really, really like, you know, scary movies, right? Bellador. I use them. I meet at a Starbucks or coffee shop. Show 10 minutes early during my order. Respects, appreciate. Ah, yeah. Oh, dude, I made that mistake so many times. Like, so many times. But that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Next time I will arrive early and just, you know, swallow the food. And when she arrives, oh, what do you want to eat? I don't know. You tell me. I already ate. That's a good one, man. I went out with a chick that, man, she was like, oh, I don't have any money and I don't have a job yet. I was like, okay, let's help her with, you know, $5. And dude, I think I asked her out like 2 or 3 times and it was always the same story. And she will always be late. And she was like, oh yeah, I'm always late. Even at work, that's why I got fired. I was like, yeah, that's not very attractive to me. And I was like, does your family care that you're late? He said, no, my friends and family know that I'm always late for anything. So they put up with me. I was like, yeah, it's not really nice of you, right? You really are not just late and tell people that's how I am, take it or leave it, because, you know, being on time says that you care, right? And she was like, oh no, but you know, my friends know me already, I'm late for everything. And I was like, okay. And the fact she told me, yeah, that's why I got fired from my previous job, because I was always late. I was like, that's not something that you want to brag about, right? He said, well, it's just that I take my time for everything, so that's why I'm always late. ¿Cómo se llaman los NPCs que dropean el Zombie X? Armored Zombies, creo, no. Creo, no estoy seguro. O es una carta de Yu-Gi-Oh, man, no me acuerdo. ¿Tres? Yo sí me acuerdo que el Armored Zombie era una carta de Yu-Gi-Oh, pero no sé si así se llaman aquí también. Oh man, I'm moving too early. What is wrong with me today? I'm gonna go here. There we go. Sí, creo que son Armored Zombies, pero es que también así se llama una carta de Yu-Gi-Oh, entonces no me acuerdo, man. Oh no. Yeah, sure, that's a bot. Also, if she's a mental case, you already paid. You can grab your yeah, grab your drink. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the girl that was always late, oh man, that was priceless. I'm always late, so people, they can take it or leave it. I was like, I don't think you can get a job and say that to your boss. Yeah, I think she was like, well, not on a rebound, but she was like, she had a boyfriend, but the boyfriend constantly cheats on her, and she's like giving him a chance, but at the same time, she's looking for an opportunity. So I was like, yeah, maybe, she's looking for somebody new. Let's give her a chance. But no, man, it was a waste of time. It was a waste of time. And then she was also this thing that I don't like, that she doesn't respond to the messages like weeks. And I was like, oh no. I was like, if there's something that I learned at work, when somebody messages you, you try just to message them in according to your capabilities, depending on what you're doing. But once she took a month to respond, I was like, oh no, man, this is a waste of time. Like, yeah, the time she took a month to respond, I was like, oh no, I'm out of here. Like, no, there's no way she took a month. Like, nobody's that busy. Not even the president of your own country. But yeah, I mean, at least it was like interesting to get to know her. Something weird that she asked me was like, oh, what should I study in college? I was like, I don't know. It's your choice. And she was like, yeah, but what's a good choice for me? And I was like, I have no clue. She said, if you were me and you didn't have a job and you wanted a job that pays a lot, what would you choose? I'm like, something related to technology. And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick that. I was like, wait, are you gonna pick that because you want to or because I told you? And she was like, oh, because I think that's a good idea. I was like, yeah, but are you sure? Maybe you won't like it. Oh, I made a mess here. But yeah, it was very funny because she was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, I'm gonna use that. I was like, okay. I might have to run from here when I get to see a shaman, but that's okay. Yeah, that is true. I was trying to remember, like, when I was, I don't know, 15, if I had the same problems, but I think... no, well, kinda. I was restricted more to, like, if I had parents, if I had, my parents giving me money to go out, and mostly, asking out somebody was like a lot of pressure, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks, man. El staff siempre te devuelve la mitad de lo que pegas. Entonces cuando yo le pego a un melee, tiene 48 de vida, me da 24. El maxi creo que es 50 en este gear. Perdón, el maxi es 50 con 99 magia o 94. Dos veces, ahorita tengo 30. Uso esta cosa y estoy en 53. Me volvió 24. Bueno, tenía 29 cuando lo usé. Yeah, you're right, man. It's a rough thing to do, and whenever you try, I guess everybody's expecting to have the perfect date or whatever, but I wonder how much success rate that those apps have. I mean, because from a financial point, I mean, from a financial strategy, you know, the more people are trying and failing, it's better for the company. So, you know, people buy like more likes or whatever. I'm a cheap guy, so I'm never gonna invest like to have unlimited likes or whatever. I really don't care. But I remember a friend of mine at work, he used to like spend $10 or $2 a week to have like more likes. And I was like, yeah, dude, I wouldn't purchase like. I let the app give me what it has to give me, and if I'm out, I'm out. Yeah, it's just that I'm also streaming on YouTube, and somebody was asking me about the Eldritch. Daisy, SAFK? Yeah, sorry for the confusion. Yeah, sure. I do it on the weekends because, you know, from Monday to Friday, I'm mostly working, and after work, I just, you know, go do other stuff, come back, and then start streaming. But yeah, I can definitely coach you that if it's just on the weekends, but I think for this guy Mist, I helped him on a Monday because he didn't have weekends off, so I used my lunch hour for a workout. But yeah, definitely. Oh, the weekend. Yesterday I was gonna coach somebody. Oh, 500 is really good. I think I only done like 300. I think so. But I lost interest on rates because I was like, you know, it is fun and everything, but I don't see my consistent money. So, yeah. On Rival, still serious. ¿Qué dice aquí? No Steel Series, Rival 710. Yeah, I don't think I have anything scheduled for this weekend. So yeah. Yeah, that'll be interesting to learn. My friend was teaching me, but honestly, I think I was like, okay, this is okay, fun, quote unquote, but he kept insisting like, dude, you can make so much money. But then the Coliseum came out, and I was like, I think I can stay here for a while and make money. So I always said I'm gonna go for the yellow gem, but I never went for the yellow gem. So that's something I would like to get. I know people tell me, do it on re-entry, on entry mode. Re-entry, I said it because of the Coliseum, but people tell me do it on entry mode, and it's easier to get out. I was like, yeah, but you know, I want to be able to do just normal rates and get my gem as a surprise, but yeah. There we go. I made a mess there. I moved a tick too slow, and the ranger was after me, and then I made a mess with the ranger and I couldn't kill him. Okay, range. Really? Have you tried the Coliseum? Because it's really good, man. Even with just 1 KC per hour, it's really good. I do 2 per hour, sometimes 1 point something, and it's really good. Yeah, it's not so bad. Not so bad. No, if you do Inferno, and trust me, you will, this will be very easy for you, like very, very easy. If you have done Cerberus, you know how to deal with the Manticores. This guy, you just have to move on the attack number 5. And this guy just cannot touch you, otherwise you almost die by 1 shot, but... Nice. Hey, that was a good spawn, and I did move correctly. On the previous one, I didn't move correctly. Oh my god. I'm really asking to die here. Okay. I'm gonna wait for the Minotaur now. Because why not? I have Cerberus, green log. Didn't learn any mechanics, use walk under method trick and through ticket. Oh my god. I think most of my deaths on Cerberus were the ghost. I just didn't like the boss at all, and whenever they assign me hellhounds, I'll just kill regular ones. And I chose Corner for that reason, because she will send me, oh, go down there and kill some hellhounds, or go to Witch Haven. I was like, okay. But yeah, with this guy, with this Manticore, you see the lights coming from the bottom to all the way up. So he fires them in that order, from bottom to up. So, you know, the green is range, blue is mage, red is melee. So he charges, And then when you see his tail move or he makes a sound, you do change, and go back. Change, go back. So you see the tail. It moves, change, and go back. And that's how you deal with it. It's really easy. The only thing that messes up that Manticore is that sometimes if you use Manti Mayhem 3, which I don't, it can change the light orders, but it's either it starts with range or it starts with mage, and then, you know, the last one is melee. Nice, man. I never got anything from Cerberus, but I think I only did 200 KC, and I was like, you know, life is too short for this boss, and I left. But Hydra, I stay on Hydra for like 7,000 KC or so. So I make a lot of money there. When it was the best money maker, when the lance was like 90 mil or something. Those were good times. I think it gave me like $1 billion or something. A lot of people don't like this imbo because it leaves that yellow stuff on the ground. I think it's good if you have decent gear. But if you have like Bofa or a crystal bow, I guess, if somebody, you know, brings a crystal bow, no offense. If you have bad DPS, you probably won't like this imbo because you need to have good DPS for this. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed if you have bad DPS. Yeah, I had a Hydra task and I just did the regulars one because I didn't want to go back there. Take a look at this. 7,014, and I got many of these when they were 90 mil. So, yeah, 4 pets. I was very lucky on Hydra. Very, very lucky. Which is weird because I'm always unlucky. On Corporal Beast, I was also very lucky as well. I green lock at like at 1,000 KC. Yeah, Hydra Pet is fun because, you know, you can transmog it. That's why I went for it. Got a lot of cases with Blowpipe, and then I was able to afford Tivo when it was like 800 mil. Yeah, it's really unlucky, man. It's really unlucky. I guess because I was at Hydra so much, farming points and everything, that I didn't even care about the pet. I was like, just give me money, just give me money. And when they gave me the pet, I was like, oh my god, the pet, thanks. But, you know, the claw will be nicer, but... Corrupted Gauntlet was also another place where I think I overstayed, for a lack of a better term. And yeah, I stay on the Gauntlet a lot. I have like 5 Gauntlet beds in like what, 3,500 KC? CG was really fun. At some point, you know, when the armor seat was like 12 mil each, even if in 3 hours you didn't get anything, and you get an armor seat out of the sudden, it was like 4 mil an hour, which was really good for the salty junk you get. And I think the Corrupted Gauntlet is one of the best teachers of PVMing that you can get. It teaches you so much. It teaches you time. It teaches you... and everything. Corrupted Gauntlet is a great teacher. It teaches you prayer switching. It teaches you being aware of your surroundings. It teaches you, you know, when to eat, when to move. It's a great boss. I love the Corrupted Gauntlet a lot. Probably if he was still the best money maker still, I will be there. I guess the best way is to keep on trying to get the... I mean, not trying to get the pet, going there and be like, maybe I'll get a claw and that'll be good money. Maybe that's the right attitude. I don't know. On the CG, I didn't want the pet. I just wanted to make money and I got the pet. I was like, okay, I wanted money, but I got the pet. But I was like, maybe next one I'll get an enhance. Oh, maybe next one I'll get an enhance. I have 5 enhance weapon seed. And yeah, take a look. It's 3,800, 5 pets, and 8 enhance. That's really bad. It should be 9. But you know, I think like my friend said, I think a lot of your pets took a lot of your, you know, seed RNG. And I was like, yeah, it makes sense because, you know, I'm not gonna get the pet and the enhance. Oh, really? Well, I use the F keys. The only thing I don't use F keys is for this. Because the boss is really... Soul is really slow when he grabs you. A lot of people tell me, oh, you have to set an F key for the equipment. I was like, not really. He never grabs me. Oh, this is bad. It just got worse. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die here. Let's see the damage that I take. That's this is gonna be quite interesting. Nope. Nope. With 6 HP and nibblers on me, no thank you. I'm not gonna give the Colosseum 500k. Well, if you do TOA that way, probably. I haven't tried myself, but probably. Yeah, I got pretty much demolished by that ranger. So, it's not even worth staying. Well, the good thing is that there was no rare there, so could care less about that run. Todo bien, por dicha. I think you can do the Colosseum without F keys, but I don't know about Inferno, man. Maybe on triples it'll be kind of like hard if you have to pot and go back to your prayers. That's the only place that concerns me. And Jad behind the shield. Maybe. Is there a reason why you don't use F keys, or you just don't like them? You don't have a keyboard, or it's broken? On the Inferno, you really only need these two. Because right now you can autocast without any delay. Ah, I see. Yeah, I used to have like a lot of pain using F keys. And my orthopedist was like, you know what, you should use a ergonomic keyboard because, you know, your tendons get swollen. And I've been using it since what, 2019. I really don't have any problems. I remember one of my friends telling me like, oh, you're gonna have so much problems when you PVM. I was like, not really. It's hard of getting used to it because the keys are on like a wave. But once you get used to the keyboard, you're good to go. But that's why I don't use those mechanical keywords or whatever they're called, because they're bad for your hands. I mean, people don't realize how bad they are actually for your hands. And yeah, I'm not gonna cripple my hand for a game. You know, they don't pay me to do this, and yeah. Yeah, you only need 2 keys, you know, and then you can pretty much go here and, you know, put some ice barrage or something, but you might only need 2 keys, if we're honest. Because those are the most important ones, the inventory and prayer. Oh my god, I hate this place. Well, no, yesterday gave me a rattle, so I don't hate this place. Now, I don't think I can kill him in time before the Jaguar appears. I think I'm being super optimistic by thinking I can kill him. Oh, look at that, just in time. Alright, there we go. Are there any trees on Barlamore, dude, that I can chop? I don't think so. You know, close to a bank or something? I'll just go to Trainer and chop willows with my hardcore. There we go. So wave 63, I heard it hurts with Inferno because you get a bunch of everything. Sometimes depending on the spawn. Because you get 2 blobs, Major, Ranger, Melee. Yeah, it's pretty much crowded. It's very much crowded. So that's why. But with certain tricks, it won't be so hard. But yeah, you still have the same problem. You have your left hand on a keyboard. And when I switched to an ergonomic keyboard, everything got fixed. I think people tend to, like, you know, gamer this, gamer that, but not a lot of people take care of their hands with the equipment that they use. And if you go to a doctor, you know, an orthopedist, they will tell you, you know, that thing is not developed for the hands to be used for long periods of time, right? Or, you know, the fact that you have to press the key so hard, that can actually swallow, you know, your tendons and things like that. But, you know, if you tell that to somebody that it's a hardcore keyboard guy, mechanical keyboard guy, they will just get upset and say, oh, your keyboard sucks. I'm like, okay. I can do the content that I do really good, so... I mean, besides, what really matters is the mouse, you know? Switches are good on the F keys, but... I mean... You can do Soul without F keys, so... Yeah, I am. I got this on March 19 of this year. First KC last year, March 19. So I decided to make it special, you know. 1 year, 1,000 kills. I had an old keyboard that it was really hard to press the buttons on it, and I just had to throw, you know, give it away or throw it away because it was hurting my hand so bad. Took me a while to get used to this, but explicar qué, cómo resolverla. Hay bastantes maneras. Manticore B range, great. Saqué al Major saliendo una casilla, lo puse ahí, Venador y se acabó. Y si esto hubiera sido magia, solo saco al Major, lo pongo detrás del pilar, lo mato y me voy a la esquina aquí y mato al Ranger. Tristemente tengo Manti Mayhem, entonces la Manticore hay que tenerle cuidado. You probably know so many tricks in Inferno. I think there are certain tricks that you can use. I remember this guy Afsal, when he did his level 38 combat, at some point he loses all the pillars, and he kind of explained at some point that you stand behind certain NPCs when they lose like their attack ability. Like, you know, there's an amount of range when a Major or Ranger can hit you. So he was playing with that to the point that he will synchronize certain attacks to alternate everything. I think when you do no Pillar Inferno, you need to synchronize everything by running to certain places or getting under a monster, so you change your game ticks. And I mean, that's when Afsal explained it, you know, or the way he was doing it, alternating like all the blobs and the Ranger and the Major and everything. So, and the way reason he did no pillar on that 30 something, it was because he runs out of pillars at a certain point because his magic is really low. So I think that's the explanation he gave, like placing yourself in certain places. The monsters go after you. And that's when you start to synchronize them. Pretty much like off-ticking them. You see these Rangers? They're off-tick. So pretty much there's a space in between that, you know, one of them shouldn't attack me, right? So you can do that with a Ranger and a Major and things like that. But yeah, I remember because when I was learning, I stumbled upon Afsal's channel. But of course I didn't learn everything because the way he did Inferno was just completely nuts. In a good way. In a good way. No, I haven't. Yeah, but the way that the only person that I've seen is pretty much Afsal. That he was explaining how he did level 38 or 37 Inferno. And it was just nuts. You know, you have to pretty much be perfect on everything. I was like, wow, yeah. That's why it took him like 3 or 4 days. And that's why he was scouting absolutely everything. But yeah, I don't know if the way he explained makes like sense to me. But the way he was explaining is like, I think there's a clip of him moving the blobs and explaining something about that. Gracias. Oh yeah, the flinching is a classic, dude. People used to flinch monsters on Fire Cape with Rune and Dragon Halberd. Oh, flinching, man. I think I'm gonna kill this this major first, because he can die in 3 hits. 1, 2. Give me a third one. Is that see? It can be 3 hidden. Ah, con gusto. Trato de que sea lo más entendible posible, estilo Inferno, para que la gente no se confunda. Yo veo que hay gente como que no le gusta explicar, no entiendo por qué. Yeah, it was really funny because I stumbled upon Afzal's channel like on February, and I was stuck on suck healers. And the way he did healers, I was like, yeah, I didn't understand anything, but the way he did it, I was like, oh my god, this guy's so good at this. But yeah, because he was doing it in like the way that you scuff the shield and everything, I didn't understood anything, of course. I was like, yeah. I have to eventually try it with no pillars to see if I learn something new. But that was like on my to-do list along with 6 chats. But the Coliseum came out, and yeah, I haven't been out of the Coliseum for a while, so when eventually I move on from this place, then I have to do other things. Hang on, I'm planting a Renard because I'm running out of prayer potions on my hardcore. Aquí voy a escoger Solar Flare porque Mantimayhem 3, bueno, no tengo Sunfuse. Ayer dije que iba a comprar y se me olvidó. You never want to see this because I have myopia 3, meaning that my sight is limited to 4 tiles. So if I attack the one on the back, I'm gonna get I don't like it because I don't bring Sunfuse, so that's why I avoid it. I already have Mantimayhem 1, but since I don't bring Sunfuse because first I forget to even buy them, that's why I avoid it, because I'm like, I lost a lot of bruise because of Venom, so no thank you. Okay, welcome back. I don't like Mantimayhem in general because, you know, if you make a mistake, it's twice punishing. But, you know, it's funny, and I find this very funny because the people that tell me, oh, Mantimayhem is easy, just don't make mistakes. I'm like, oh, Frailty 3 is easy, just don't make mistakes. The same people that love Mantimayhem, they rarely take Frailty 3. So if you're really confident, okay, just take 60 HP the entire run. I mean, I remember I asked somebody, like, why do you like Mantimayhem? Oh, because I don't make any mistakes. I'm like, use Frailty 3. Oh no, are you crazy, 60 HP? I'm like, what do you mean I'm crazy? You can get one shot with Mantimayhem. No, I haven't tried before. I was practicing those bosses, and I realized that the only one I like is Vardorvis. And I really dislike the Leviathan, so I was like, I have the orbs in my bank. I bought like 150. but I never got into it. I have to do it sometime. A guy on my Discord told me that he did it and he can coach me the way through. I was like, that sounds really good, man. I really need to learn from somebody because I have no idea how to do it. Yeah, Bardorbis is really cool. I got the pet. I didn't do a lot of it, but I got the pet very fast. But I don't think he even gave me a rare. Yeah, that's a good thing that you only have to do it once and then you never go back there. Crazy that those Awakened bosses don't have their own high score, right? You would think that they will be like Bardorbis and Bardorbis hard, but no. That happens when you miss Manti Mayhem. He gets smacked really hard. I just need the RNG to work with me here. Este es un mal spawn porque si no mato a la mantícora y sale el chamán de primero y no está en sincronía, sí, perro. Ok. Ah, no, es Wave 9 que está hablando, man. Estoy preocupándome por varios que no existen. Alright. Let's see if I can get some HP out of him. Leviathan is learning how to stack boulders. Right. Okay. Yep. I think it took me like 50 or 40 to say, okay, I'm not dying as often. For example, yesterday I did 10 KCs, didn't die to any. But the other day I did 10 and died to 4, and I was like, okay. Yeah, it's completely okay, dude. And also sometimes you run with bad luck on many double waves, or if you make a mistake. I used to land on the laser a lot. I think last time that I landed on a laser was like what, last week? But it used to be like, oh my god, the laser, I'm dead again. But now I know how to avoid it. But I mean, yesterday I died 2 times at Soul by something really dumb. I just ran out. I was with no food and with frailty 3 and made 2 mistakes and I died. I was like, okay. Have you tried the Shadow Barrage and CCV him? Yeah, I tried that, but I didn't know how to like where the exact spot was. Somebody sent me the radius markers and the tiles, but honestly, dude, I only got 13 KC on the Leviathan. I was just like, okay, this boss, I don't like him, you know. Or sometimes I'll forget to reduce the speed. And I'm dead, but I teleported to my house, so they give me 1 HP back. So yeah. It has a cool pet. I think the only 2 that I enjoyed were the Whisper and Bardorbis, and the Duke was like, I don't know, that weird content that you do but you really don't like. Yeah. I think those bosses are kind of like the nightmare, you know? They ask you for a lot of things, but the reward is not really good. Because your rewards depend a lot on your RNG. So they don't drop anything good that it's worth your time. They kind of remind me like the Gauntlet. It used to be really good cash when it started with the rares, but now it's Iron Man content. Obviously, the Desert Treasure 2 bosses, I don't think they're Iron Man content, but it's the same thing. I don't see people farming it every day. But yeah, the Whisper is fun. Bardorvis is fun, but the Duke and the Leviathan, the Duke is boring and the Leviathan is just annoying to me, but I guess it's just a matter of practice. It's just a matter of practice. And there are a lot of divided opinions, because I remember the guy that it's on my Discord that he has like 7,000 this Leviathan KC because he wanted the pet but never got it. He told me to bring Tivo and Masori, and other people in my chat were like, no, bring the crystal armor and Bofa because it's better DPS. And I was like, wait, the wiki says this guy says this, you guys are saying this. I was like, I'm gonna go with the guy that has the most KC because, you know, he has done it a lot. So, you know, not to disrespect anybody, but I think he wants to help me on this. But people are like, no, you're being stupid, bring the crystal armor and Bofa. And I was like, I don't know, I trust this guy. I'm gonna go with what he says. So he was like CCV and Tivo, and he was like, dude, that's the best combo. Like, why people keep telling you crystal? I was like, I don't know. Interesting. I didn't know that. Is that written on the wiki? I never heard of that. I remember that somebody said that the RNG of those bosses works in a different way, but it's written in such a tricky way that they sound like Facebook terms and conditions. You really don't understand what they're trying to say. I remember being like, what the hell is this thing saying about the RNG? And somebody interpreted like that your KC actually matters when you get rares, that there's no way that you can pass certain amount of kills without getting, for example, Bardorvis and Alter. I was like, but I don't think that's correct. RNG doesn't work that way. And the person that I told this, he told me, no, it works that way because, you know, you're kind of like guaranteeing an Alter at KC, blah, blah, blah. I was like, then what's the point of having RNG, man? And he was like, no, RNG stays there, but your KCs matter. So if you get like, you know, 1,000 in a row, you will have a piece of Virtus at least. I'm like, what if I don't get anything? Oh, it's not possible. I was like, are you sure? He was like, yeah, I'm sure. That's not possible. That will never happen. I was like, man, I don't know, but I don't trust your analysis. I don't think that the website is saying that, but he told me that the RNG for Bardorvis works somehow different. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, I'm sure. And I was like, okay, I'm just making sure. That was a really good tank, but imagine that was Manti Mayhem 2, I'll be already Venom. Well, Ring, you have a hit table. You hit the table 3 times. The first 2 times you won't even know you hit it until you get the ring. Interesting. Yeah, I heard here when this Colosseum came out for Sunfire armor, it says that it's less likely for you to repeat a piece of armor that you got So if you already have the helm, you'll get the legs or the top, right? But I don't know, I have many legs. But I don't know if they mean that for like when you don't have it. Or they mean that like you get a mask, okay, you're supposed to get a top or a bottom, but you're never gonna get, 3 masks in a row, because there have been cases where I get 3 masks in the same KC or 2. I'm like, okay, wait, but I'm not supposed to get like legs or something or top, because yeah, just sometimes I just don't understand that. I don't know if they mean for the first time that you see the item that you cannot get a repeated pair. Yeah, I got the pet, yes. I don't remember at what KC I got it. I think it was around 400? No, I don't remember, honestly. Probably in a clip. This is not a bad run. Oh no, I'm just here for the money. I'm just here for the money. I green logged this many times. It says 250 because the collection log is stuck on 250. Don't ask me why. It must be something related to programming. It says 250 splinters, right? You get like 1,000 each kill sometimes. That's spear 1. Yeah. Three. The reason why I'm saying 3 is because those are 3 game ticks. Whenever he's more than 50% HP, so 750 or more, he does the melee attack every now and then, and it's 3 ticks, less than 749. I mean 749 or less, it's 334. So he melees me again here, it's gonna be 334. There we go. And these attacks are kind of like Lady Versic. You see the smoke, you attack him right away. Spear 1, you're safe in the middle and the corners. And Spear 2, you're safe on the opposite places that were not safe at the beginning. Oh, he's gonna hit me there. He hit me there because I had a laser in front of me, and that laser hits 88, so I'd rather eat a hit than dying. So yeah. Yeah, that was kind of a mistake there. Okay. I wanted to move all the way to the bottom. Okay, so 3, 4. See how he delays the last hit? He always, does that on when he's less than half HP. So I'll move. There we go. He's dead. So he's kind of like Lady Versic, you see? The floor is like the floor is like where he can hit you the most along with the laser. So let me see if I can, just in case, where's my Ortiz Coliseum? And I should I should print this map. Let me see, where's my snipping tool? Here it is. No, neither do I, but when I did Theory of Blood and I got absolutely demolished, I was like, okay, I don't understand how to move, but when I was doing it, I was like, oh, it looks like the thing that I didn't understand. So yeah, let me see, where's my... Sorry for the mess. It's just that, you know, that's my hardcore. Say hello, hardcore. And yeah, okay, so basically this is the boss, right? He's really happy to see you. He has a lance and I think a shield. And this is you, right? With your side. So basically this guy has, you know, 2 attacks, let's say, because spear 1, the one where he throws you the first time, everything around him where he is, he's gonna hit you. But 1 tile away on these spots, middle and corners, are safe. But if he throws you a spear again, those tiles are not safe anymore. So you just have to go to this one and this one. Those are the safe tile now. And if he throws you shield, then 1 tile away and you're good. Second shield, 2 tiles away and you're good. And you know, he has 1500 HP, right? So basically when he's 750 or more, then he does the 3, 3, 3. And when he's 749 or less, it will be 3, 3, and the final 4. And when he grabs you, you just have to pay attention to what he's saying and grab the exact the armor if you can at the same time when he says that, and you can then hit him and max it. And those lasers that are spinning around here, if they hit you, they can hit between a 0 and an 88. So if you have something like Frailty 2 or you're low HP, that's usually an insta KO. So yeah, the boss is not that menacing, you know. Let's find a bug that will beat. Interesting. I went to Raids 1, and if I'm honest with you, the people that I went with, I don't know, they didn't explain anything to me, so I died a lot of times, and I was like, yeah, maybe this is not for me, right? They were like, oh, dude, you're not having fun. I was like, it's hard to put this as fun. They're like, oh, why? And I was like, I don't understand what's going on. You guys understand what's going on. You guys don't even tell me what to do. So I feel like I'm just, you know, thinking that I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. And they're like, oh, no, you know, just go here, make vials. Calm down when we tell you. Drink this when we tell you. I'm like, okay. It's just that they did Raids 1 so much, like, you know, every day, every night, that I think it kind of like, they're so used to it that they don't think that somebody doesn't know how to do it. I'm like, I never had to do Raids 1 because, you know, I didn't have an Iron Man at that point. It was never good money to me, so I never took interest on that. I was like, well, maybe Raids 1 comes out, I want to learn it. I went once, I didn't understand. I was like, okay, when the next raid comes out, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna understand it. Raids 2 came out, I didn't understand anything. Raids 3 came out, I didn't understand anything, but somebody explained me the basics and I understand a few of it. But I was like, you know what, maybe Raids isn't for me. But yeah, that was pretty much it. It was always like, oh, I'm gonna do the next raid, oh, I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna understand it so well, and you know. And then the next raid came out, and the next one, the next one, the next one. I was like, okay, maybe, yeah, this is not for me. And at that time, I had my main and 2 rune dragon out, so I was making, you know, like 4 mil an hour just being AFK. So I was like, you know, this works for me money-wise, so... Yeah, yeah, maybe, yeah. TOA, I did like it. I think it's the only one that I like it. I think I understood the fast acolytes, but things like relics and things like that, I was like, or butterfly, I was like, yeah, I don't understand what you guys are doing, but keep on doing it. But at least when I did TOA, I don't die anymore to the monkeys, so that's a good thing. Hey Sarah, all good. We got 2 rares so far. How's your... Are you on lunch break? Or working? Oh, okay, nice, nice. How was work? Wait, it's Monday for you, right? I always forget about the time difference. Well, it's Monday for me here as well, but you know, it's way later for you on Monday, so. Nice, 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 nice. That's really nice. Yeah, I'm, you know, lately I've been, I wouldn't say busy, but more focused on the hardcore Iron Man. I just got enough money again to charge the crystal bow because I had 2 dumb deaths on the fire cape, but I could definitely give it a shot to learn sometimes the raids. I think somebody told me like, oh, how are you gonna do Inferno on your hardcore without rigor? I was like, you really don't need rigor. And they're like, why? I was like, well, Volvio hits 40, so you just need some good RNG, but you know, with rigor it's like 44, it's not a big deal. Eagle Eye hits really well. And they're like, oh, but what are you gonna do with the nibblers? I'm like, Mystic Might. And they're like, oh, what are you gonna do when you have to tank Piety? So curious si van a poner que se llama. No me parece mala idea, pero no sé cómo lo harían. It's just that people think that for some reason when you create an Iron or a hardcore that you have to get like Rigor and Augury, and it's like, why? They're like, well, you know, because X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I was like afraid that I was gonna get too many sets or I'm gonna die doing something dumb, that I did it with my alt that didn't have Rigor or Augury. I was like, okay, I have another alt that doesn't have Rigor or Augury. And same thing. And the same thing happened. And I was like, okay, first try with no Rigor and Augury. But yeah, I mean, Bofa, people just, I guess they don't get that Bofa and Crystal Armor is so good. Like, you rarely hit a 0. So even though you don't go as fast with a T-bow, you can still do even healers with a Bofa. That's how good it is. And yeah. But yeah, I was like, oh, why are you not getting a Blowfire? I was like, I really don't like Solra. I really don't. I don't like that boss. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And I was like debating, like, should I get a Blowpipe for my hardcore? And I was like, not really. Why should I do that? And people are like, oh, because of Inferno. I was like, I can do all the runs and all the waves with Bofa only. I don't really need Bofa. I mean, I don't really need Blowpipe. Bofa is just fine. I mean, it's 4 game ticks. It's faster than a T-Wolf. It's like doing Inferno. I mean, it's doing Inferno with a whip. So, yeah. But yeah, it was really funny because people were like, oh, no Rigor, no Augury, no Blowpipe. I was like, yeah, it's not a big deal. And the reason why I said that is because I tested myself, so... Yeah, well, on the hardcore, if it's not a group hardcore, even if you die, you don't lose the status, so... Those are safe things. If I die here on the Colosseum, that's not a safe death. So on this one, when I see like a scuff wave, see you later. But on the Inferno, it's like if I see a scuff wave, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, let's see if I can survive this. But on the Colosseum, yes, when I do Colosseum with the hardcore, I'm gonna be like, if I see an ugly wave, I'll just teleport. It's not even worth trying to resolve it when you know that you can die in like seconds. Let's see. But yeah, on the Inferno, I don't mind like dying if that happens because I won't lose the status. On the Colosseum, I need to look for perfection, pretty much. I need to look for perfection because if it's not perfect or if it's not something that I like, I'm not gonna risk the status for something that dumb or for an item or something. Oh yeah, yeah, I read about it. That's the only raid where you're safe dying. That is so strange that they only did that on the first one. I guess that's how they want to do it, more like a mini game. And probably they want to take it out, but I'm sure that if they do that, people will backlash and be like, "Oh my God, this is so unfair." Because imagine if Theater of Blood and PoE were also safe deaths. That would be like perfect for hardcores, right? But or even the Corrupted Gauntlet. Imagine the Corrupted Gauntlet being free of risk. Oh my God. Now that would be too good to be true. But yeah, I find it strange that only that raid is risk-free. I guess that wasn't the purpose. And they realized way too late, oh man, this is not how it's supposed to be. It's like those things that are not good and they just keep them for nostalgia or not to get people upset. It's kind of like a Feel of a Rav and that part of Heroes. You wonder like why they keep these things, you know? Like who the hell even enjoys like duo questing? If it's so popular, why there's not another duo quest, you know? I think in general people don't like it, but they just don't want to change it. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to kill that ranger. Good thing this manticore is turned off. If it's mage, that'll be a shame. Okay, it was range. Okay, so the choice wasn't bad. Okay, divide. And we're done. I think hardcore wasn't a thing when Cox came out. Maybe, but don't you think that if that was the case, they'll somehow say, okay, no more safe content for anything, you know? I mean, they can simply say, okay, guys, from now on, you know, raids 1 is not safe anymore. So, because your raids are not safe. But I don't think they do it because they'll be like, oh my God, imagine the backlash about people, you know, camping raids 1 and finding out that it's not safe anymore. I think it's mostly because they're afraid that there will be a community backlash for that, because it has been like that the entire of the existence. I don't think they want to change it to upset players. But it's very funny. It's very funny because safe death just means that even as a normal player, if you die, they won't charge you. So that's good. So it is risk-free too, because you don't get charged. Yeah. That was a good tank, but yeah. I think they took too long to take that decision, you know, because if you read the code of conduct, it says that gambling is illegal, and it always baffled me. I was like, how come there are streamers breaking the rules out in the open and nobody's doing anything about it? How come there is even a Discord and a CC for that? It's like if you, I don't know. I thought that at some point it got so normalized that people just didn't care and did it. But I was like, no, I read the code of conduct and this is wrong. This shouldn't be supposed to be allowed. It's gambling. So I think they took the right choice, but what scares me is that how are they gonna determine somebody's death matching? Because let's say that you and I go to a wilderness with very expensive stuff, and I die with an Elisha and Torba or something like that after a long fight, and you just take it and leave it. Do you think that's death matching? I mean, we went to a wilderness with fight with it, of course. We use overheads, we use pots, we use food. But somehow you win and you had more food. And I'm talking to you on Discord like, oh, dude, I'm about to die. Just pick everything. Or, you know, oh, you'd win because you had the higher spec. We kind of like gamble, but not gamble. You know what I mean? I don't know how they're going to monitor that. You know? I think it's like kind of a mess because maybe there will be bans that shouldn't be banned. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, that is true. That's not a bad idea. Like taxing people for gambling, I think it discouraged them. And the GP goes directly to a game, not to some random guy on a CC that's charging you to place the bet. It's so weird, dude. Like, if the code of conduct says you shouldn't gamble, I think they were testing the waters, right? I think they were like testing the waters, like, let's ban somebody and let's see if we get a lot of backlash. And if we don't, then we're gonna continue doing this. I think they were like testing the people. And then they took that thing too serious and they were like, okay, man, we need to get rid of this thing. But yeah, I was just surprised when I started playing the game that existed. I was like, I was like, people, they're doing this? And it is allowed? I was like, how is that possible, right? I mean, people will always find a way, you know, if they want to gamble, they will always find a way, but I guess there will be something more stupid like, oh, let's see who catches the fastest lobster, you know? We're about 99 fish. Let's see, the one that catches the first lobsters win. You know, something dumb. But yeah, I don't know how they're gonna monitor that. It'll be interesting, but they never reveal their techniques to catch people that break the rules, so It makes it kind of shady. It's like when you use, for example, AI gives you info and you're wondering, where's this ChatGPT gets this info from? What if it's wrong? You know? But a lot of people don't wonder that. They're like, oh, okay, I have a wonderful solution that works. That's all that matters. So it'll be really interesting to see how it gets enforced. And it makes me wonder, all those people that have those channels that are dedicated to like gambling, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna PK or PBM or, you know, go to Las Vegas instead or what? Because there are people I remember just dedicated to gambling all day. And I was like, okay. It kind of reminds me when somebody says, oh, you know what? I don't have a problem. I can leave it at any time. And you're like, yeah, right. But who knows, man? I think they took too late to do that. Just like they took too late with Duel Arena. I mean, if the amount of accounts are way too big to ban, or you know that you will lose a lot of the players that do that, you should have stopped them way before this became like a criminal organization, right? Are the one buying the most of gold from? Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. I think most of the illegal GPs comes from DMing. That's kind of like closing an alley where people get murdered like 100 times more than in the regular street light, and somebody getting upset because saying, "Oh my God, that alley where people get murdered like 24/7." Man, I'm cutting like 10 minutes from my route to work. Why I cannot go there? You know. I think just a very slim minority, they're like, man, this is bad, you know, because I never RWT or something. But I think 90% of those people were RWT and their money. And I guess Jagex took the initiative and say, you know what, we control the game, so we're gonna do what we please, and this was illegal anyway, so you had your fun, it's over. But yeah, definitely most of the black market is there. Yeah, just like you notice those bond codes that you could get to make your account member. That's just prone to, you know, RWT, because if you get a code to a friend, you know, how do you identify that's not RWT? It's just that they open so many gates for people to, you know, to get around the rules. Yeah, it's just like they're connected, right? They're within this. It's the same thing. It's the same circle, right? Because the DMers buy or sell the gold, the bots produce it. So yeah, it's just like a circle. I think they're just closing down on everything, you know? First, they took care of some bots. You can see Superior Dragon Bones going up like crazy. And I think now they're taking, okay, we're removing the source of the GP. Now let's remove the buyers and the sellers of the GP. And yeah, I think they're just going all the way to the food chain. Like the bots are, it's like your basic lower tier for GP. And I guess the DMers and those people are like the higher tier. The people that actually move a big amount of money every day. Then most of that GP comes from illegal sources. I think that's how they move, you know, like start killing what it's important, you know, the source of the GP, and then go after the people that use those bots. Exactly. 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 And I met a lot of people that, you know, I always tell people, just because somebody well known is breaking the law doesn't mean that that entitles you to break the law. I was like, if you have principle, if you have character, you don't need to do what others do. Like, you know, it's the same thing that I remember somebody on Kick. He doesn't come anymore, but the guy told me that the code of conduct of RuneScape, they are just friendly advices. And I was like, no, those are rules. No, they're not rules. I'm like, okay, so why do it says rules? No, they're friendly advices, and let me tell you why. And I was like, okay, tell me why, please. I said, okay, this well-known streamer, I don't remember which one, he plays on one of other streamers' account, and account sharing is not legal based on your code of conduct. And I was like, it's not legal. I was like, that is account sharing, that's against the code of conduct. And he was like, okay, but if that's against the code of conduct, why is this streamer doing it, and why he doesn't get banned? I was like, firstly, I don't care. Second of all, that is the stupidest thing you can ever say. Like, did your mom ever tell you if John jumps from the second floor, you don't jump from the second floor? It's the same principle. And he was like, but you know, he does it and he's not banned, therefore those rules are not rules because they don't apply to him. I was like, okay, dude, I told him, let's say that you evade taxes and must evade taxes. Who do you think is going to jail? And he was like, what does that have to do? I was like, it's the same thing, dude. The guy can avoid billions of dollars in taxes. You do that. Try to avoid your taxes. Let's see what happens. And he was like, oh, it's not the same thing. I was like, it's the same freaking thing, dude. Just because the guy's more well known, the process might be different from you. And he was like, no. I was like, okay. Look what happened to Michael Jackson with the allegations of, you know, of that sexual conduct and the voice messages he will leave to those kids, and that he will invite them to his house. Do you think, I was like, if you do that, you wouldn't go to jail? And he was like, what does that have to do? I was like, I'm just telling you, the law doesn't apply when you have money or when you're well known. It's a known fact, dude. It's way different when you have money and influence. And those people are like, quote unquote, ambassadors of the game. So, you know, if Jagex bans them, they know that they will face a bigger backlash if they just ban John Doe from a random pic chat. You know what I mean? And he was like, so you're telling me that guy is above the law? I was like, it's not above the law, but trust me, if Jagex is watching that and people know that he's account sharing, they're pretty much in a debate room thinking, what are we gonna do with this guy? You know? I was like, don't tell me that if you tell me that that is not true, I was like, you have to be really, really naive at the fact that we get treated equally on the game. It's not the same, dude. It's not the same if you're well known. Trust me. Because Jagex has to deal with a community that they have to please because this is an old game and people came back because they mess up the first time. It's not the same. And the guy will tell me, no, it's not that way, because that streamer doesn't get banned, then it's legal. And it's like, okay, so if you see I don't know, your favorite movie star breaking the law and runs over somebody with his car and fleets, then you can run over people with your car. I was like, no, but that's not the same thing. It's the same thing, dude. I was like, principle only applies to you because you follow it. If other people don't follow the laws of the game, eventually the wheels of justice will get to them. And trust me, it always happens. And he was like, no, it's not the wheels of justice. You're just mad because you don't do it. I was like, I'm not mad. I'm like, seriously, you just think that laws don't apply because it's a well-known streamer. It's completely stupid to think that. I was like, and the fact that you normalize this, it emboldens people to do that. You normalizing it, you not calling it out, it normalizes that behavior. Just like somebody being that stupid saying, oh, I want to be a dictator. And people saying, yeah, dictators are kind of nice. Come on, man. Like, get real. If somebody's saying something stupid or that needs to be called out, call it out, because otherwise you normalize things that shouldn't be normalized. You know? It's kind of it's that simple. Laws exist, but if you don't enforce them or you normalize being a criminal, then it doesn't matter. Laws don't matter because people stop believing in them, and therefore they won't respect them or abide to them. It's a human principle, right? Exactly. Exactly. You have to balance that because when you're well known and you're breaking the law or the rules of the game, you don't get treated the same. It's the same thing. I used to joke with people like, you commit an offense on the code of conduct as a Latin American player, you get instantly banned. But you're not from Latin America, you get treated differently, and that's true. And that is true because what what people refer Latin America with gold selling. And that's how it is because thanks to racist content creators, and that has been normalized all this time. And people are like, oh yeah, only people from Venezuela are farming gold, or you speak Spanish and so suddenly they treat you like you're a criminal. So I was like, because that has been normalized and not being called out, people just feel emboldened to say stupid things like that. So that's why I tell people you need to call things as they are. And they're like, oh, you're canceling me. No, we're not canceling. We're calling as it is. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. Sorry, that's how it is. I mean, you don't get the same treatment. That's fine. That's arguably that happens in IRL. That happens in game. But if you don't call out the injustice, what is happening, then it's gonna keep happening more and more. And people just don't realize that. People think by normalizing somebody doing illegal stuff, oh, he got big balls, dude. No, you got small brain for allowing him to do that. If you don't call out the injustice, then you're a moron. If you're like, oh my god, that guy's so cool because he doesn't respect the code of conduct. No. That guy's so cool because he's above the law. Yeah, sure. Tell that to people in North Korea. That guy that they have is above the law. That is so cool. Come on. Rules and principles apply for something. And if you think that they're useless, then okay. Go to places where law don't apply and let me know how they're doing. But yeah, it's just, it's kind of like, that's why when people tell me, oh, do you sell Infernos? I was like, no, that's illegal. Oh, but a lot of people do. And I was like, I don't care. You could be making a lot of money. I have a good job. You could be making a thousand, $100,000s of dollars. I was like, I don't care. If the game says that it's illegal, I don't do it, period. It's not that simple. It's not that hard to understand. Like following basic rules, like when you go to a pool and it says do not pee on the pool, and if somebody pees on the pool, man, that guy is so cool. Look at him peeing on the pool. Come on, man. Play by the rules. It's not hard. But normalizing criminal activity, that says a lot. That says a lot about the community. If you just normalize people breaking the laws, and they're like, he's so cool. He breaks the rule. He's above the law. He doesn't care. Like, come on, man. Think about what you embolden people to do and what it can lead to if you just allow people to do whatever they want without facing any consequence. Exactly. Or yeah, the complaint. You can even do Inferno for someone and they ask a fine for your heart because they're getting seconds in a row. Or something hard to get. Content like, yep, exactly. Exactly. I remember when one guy was telling me, oh dude, go for those combat CAs. I was like, no, because that requires help from other people because you have to do raids with other people. I was like, if those CAs were actually fair, there would be only, content that you do for yourself. But the fact that you have to rely on other people, that opens the door to what? Services. That opens the door to what? RWT. So I was like, it's like Jaggis is asking, please break the rules or please do something legal. We're begging you. So I think it was somebody on YouTube like, oh, go for the CAs. I'm like, for what? The benefits are not good. And most likely you will need to pay up some random moron that will be like, oh yeah, I can help you with Zero Blood, but I want to be paid for that. And I was like, yeah, you're not getting a GP from me. So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. And I'm not that fake to pretend that I like somebody to help me with something. I mean, I can fake interest when it comes like, I don't know, a job interview like in 2020, but come on, man. I just can't. If I don't like the person, no matter how good they are on the game, I just can't fake interest on them because I just can't. I just don't like them, period. Oh man, I didn't grab the legs. No biggie. But yeah, that guy on Kick was like, oh yeah, rules don't apply because this guy is doing it. I was like, I wonder what the police will say if you break a rule and you say, oh, but Michael Jackson did it. I was like, you think that's a solid defense when you're in a trial? Oh, Michael Jackson did it. I don't see him in jail. Like, think about what you're saying, dude, and then come back to me with an answer that it's not stupid. And the guy was like, oh, no, you're exaggerating things. And I was like, not really. You're oversimplifying things by saying that the law doesn't apply to you because you have seen somebody else do it and they don't get in trouble. And I was like, and you're part of the problem because you normalize this behavior. So I was like, okay. The guy left upset. I remember my friends were like, dude, just kick him. I was like, I'm not gonna kick him. I'm not gonna ban him. I want to see how further his logic goes. And he was like, no, but it's not the same as IRL. I was like, rules are rules, dude. Either you like them or not, you follow them. If you don't follow them, just give me a reason why you don't. And if the reason why somebody else is doing it, you really lack character. Yeah, I would like them to be solo because, you know, that way wouldn't embolden people to sell you like perfect runs. Because a lot of people do. Like, for example, let's say that Coliseum was duo, right? Or was group content. And I tell you, oh, dude, I know how to do soul no damage. You just go out and stay out. And I do everything. And you just get the CA, but pay me 500 mil. You know, it's... I prefer everything to be solo, like those things. But at the same time, when I read the rewards, I was like, all that work for so little? It doesn't click with me. I just don't see myself doing it because I'm like, what's in it there for me? Or more suck task. I didn't even unlock suck on task. Okay, your troll lasts 2 minutes. I don't have any problems with 1 minute. Oh, you get more clues. I don't really do clue scrolls anymore. Oh, you get instances on God Wars. I don't go to God Wars. Oh, you get ecumenical keys. You're not selling it to me because I just don't see myself doing a lot of that content. So yeah, exactly. Like if you and I do a raid, that's fine. But I feel like, for example, if you just want to get it and somebody's really good at something, they will try to charge you something, which opens the door to that market, let's say. So that's why I don't like it. But at the same time, like, well, good thing that it doesn't have anything that I find useful. Because otherwise I'll be like, dude, I have to do it, but I don't want to do it. So yeah, good thing that it doesn't offer me anything that I want. Like, I remember one of my friends going for something similar to that, like a previous tier. And I read the rewards and I was like, why do you want this? And he was like, oh, for X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I think I asked him, do you do a lot of God Wars? No. Do you do a lot of Cruise Scrolls? No. Do you do a lot of Jad or Suck on tasks? No. And I was like, and what's the reason, man? I was like, if I want something or if I do something, there has to be a reward for me. But Or at least it feels as satisfying as the Inferno, but it's hard to match the Inferno on satisfaction. And not only because I like doing it, because most of the people that I coach, I usually ask him, just let me know if something has ever felt as good as completing the Inferno. And the answer is usually nothing this hard. It's usually it's usually something that you just experience once, not even kidding. Quiver felt good, but it doesn't feel as good as the Inferno. I don't know what it is. I think it's because the amount of time you spend on the Inferno and the amount of time you spend on the Colosseum is nearly nothing for your KC. So I usually ask people like, let me know if you find something that feels better than getting an Inferno cape, and they're like, oh well, I got it. I Tumican the other day. I was like, how did it feel? Oh no, it felt good, because I was like, but it didn't feel like the cape, right? Oh no. That's why I like that content, because I think it was so good that, you know, it's a hard feeling to match. And that just says a lot about the content. Yeah, my second run Dragon out had that thing. First KC and pet, and I was like, okay. And it took me 300 for mine. And I was like, wow. Yeah, luck don't apply. Even if it's my account, they don't apply. And that account just has a lot of luck, like a lot. I remember when I did Dragon Slayer for that account. Dragon Slayer 2, and I went to Boardcat to get the assembler. Dude, I got the head in like KC4, and then I got the wyvern, the skeletal visage or whatever it's called, in like KC10, and I have never seen one in like 4000 KC on my main. That guy, like, it's like it's a different person, and he will get a lot of limbs, of dragon limbs, when he was doing run dragons. He has the agility pet at 60 when he was at Sears training. He has the beaver pet, I think, at like 40 woodcutting. It's just nuts. That's why I usually tell people that account, it's like it didn't belong to me, because it has like a separate RNG. Yeah, it's so rare if that happens. I even got excited when that happened to me. I was like, oh my god, no way, man. I was like, no way. It took me 300, but my alt gets it on the first? Not fair. I was happy, of course, but I was like, no way. It was fun. 3 more, hour and a half. Oh, half. Okay. Man, I have to turn collection on my hardcore to see if I can get some, at least the best longbow that I can come up with, because if my crystal ball runs out again, I don't want to charge it again. So yeah. Where's my rune axe? Here it is. Where's my knife? Here it is. I think I'm gonna spend the rest of the week just fletching shields and throwing them on the floor to see if I can get at least a magic longbow or a Jew shortbow. I mean a Jew longbow, because those longbows are good because they have the 10 tiles by default no matter what style. so it really helps me at the fire kit for my hardcore. Did you know that one of the money makers that is really good on this game is farming wave 1? Uf, Williams, ahora sí vale la pena matar Hill Giants. Ahora sí. Yeah, wave 1 is really good. I think it's like 4 mil an hour or so. Man, and all you have to do is like defeat wave 1, which is like 4 monsters, claim your reward, leave. Yep. I think when the splinters were like 1,000, it was like a 6 mil an hour. It was just insane amount of money for so little work. It is really good. That's why I think this is the best money maker so far. People claim, oh, next in TOA. I was like, no. This place. Even with regular loot, it's great. I think I got into arguments with people because they were claiming like, oh no, TOA is better. And I was like, no. They're like, yeah, it is. I'm like, nope. They're like, yeah, because when you get a Tumic, I was like, yeah, I don't need even a rare here and I can have a lot of money. But yeah, a lot of people that I told them this, I was like, you tell me TOA is good, but why are you struggling with money right now? Oh, because I haven't received the Tumic. I was like, yeah, that doesn't fly with me either. You have the money or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, there's not like, oh, but when I get a Tumic I'll be rich. No, you either make the money or you don't have the money. There's no like, oh, what if, or wouldn't it be nice? No. That's not at least how I make money. You know, I don't make money on, I wish I had this, or I wish I will get a, no. Wishful thinking to me is not an efficient thing. Yeah, exactly. Ahora las series de 0 al infierno, Williams, van a ser más fácil porque ahora los Hill Giants ya dan plata. I don't like those things in front of me, but protect from range because he can hit 40s. The other guys can only hit 28, I believe. That is solar flare too, right? And I forgot the quiver. There we go. Yeah, it's just that I've never been a guy that waits for a drop. I usually, when Dungeoneering came out, there was an area of, I think it was where the ice giants are, where there were like these dragons that will drop like these superior bones. I think they were celestial dragons or something like that. I don't remember the exact name. I could be making it up. But dude, those dragons were like killing Borcat on like a regular dragon. So the bones will be worth like 12, 20k, and you'll kill them so fast and then you bank and come back. I remember I made so much money out of that. And my friend was like, dude, how you don't get bored? I was like, bored of what, dude? This is excellent money. And he was like, yeah, but you know, why you don't go and, I don't know, he was like, go to God Wars. I was like, God Wars? Are you serious? That thing doesn't give you money unless you get rares. This is consistency. And usually the excuse was like, yeah, but you know, it's boring. I was like, well, I prefer to be bored and then have my fun when I'm rich than, you know, just being constantly like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a drop, I'm gonna get a drop and not getting anything. just don't know. I just don't like depending on luck because I know that I don't have it. Well, that was wave 5? Ah, so it was wave 6. Whatever. And that's another bad one. Yeah, not even that was good, so. This looks really bad, honestly. And I bet you that I'm gonna get a shaman first instead of the jaguar first, which is terrible, but okay. I bet you that's gonna be a case. Okay, no. At least the game was nice to me to give me a jaguar last. Yeah. I think Tivo is like the Tumakan is like the biggest thing, but you know, how often do you get one? I remember that when I used to play this with my best friend, he told me something because he was studying like, I think it was finances, but at the end I think he went like with programming and then, no, it was like something related to games and then he quit and then I think he works at a bank now, but anyways, he was really into finance and he told me something. Who do you think makes the most money, you know, in the stock market? The people that get, you know, really lucky with a stock, or people that get consistent money on stocks that are well known and they, you know, just sell consistently and make money? And he was like, well, I really don't know. And he was like, well, the people that make money consistently beat anybody else. He always told me like the only way that you can get lucky is if you're really, really lucky with stocks. But if you get consistent money, that's where you become successful. He said, obviously the newspaper will only focus on people that get lucky in a certain stock. But he said, if you know how to choose and you choose the ones that make money consistently, you can beat anybody. And he told me the same thing applies to a game. Consistency beats anybody with luck. And that phrase has stick with me. He always told me, dude, consistency beats everybody. And I was like, okay. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se escribe feo celular? Ah, ok. Es que yo uso un plugin que se llama Better NPC Highlight y la tengo marcada. Entonces la idea es que cuando se te va acercando te muevas. Ya te voy a enseñar. Entonces con el tile, ¿verdad? Con el tile. Básicamente que ves ahí morado. Ahí se está acercando. Más que con la mantícora no se puede, bicho. Te lo voy a enseñar cuando se muera. There we go. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Ok, te voy a mostrar la bolita ahora que viene de vuelta. Ok. Me lleva al diablo con este mae. Ok, entonces digamos la bolita viene, ¿verdad? Pero nos enfocamos no en la bola, sino en el tile porque ves que la bola está más atrás que el tile. Entonces cuando ya está en el medio, pum, te mueves ahí en el medio. Cuando no ves la cosa morada, ya te puedes mover. ¿Ves? Ese es el truco de esa bola, por así decirlo. Entonces cuando ya no, o sea, cuando vos tienes aquí el mouse y ya no ves lo morado, suponiendo que tengas este True Tile Indicator, ya es donde te puedes mover. Pero tienes que acordarte que la bola tiene un delay. ¿Ves? Si la bola tiene un delay, mae, yo sé que mi carácter al correr corre 2 espacios, no recibo daño. Pero sí, ese Better NPC Highlight con el código de la bolita que yo me encontré en Reddit sirve un montón. Por eso es que yo le digo a la gente que Solar Flare es gratis, pero la gente sigue diciendo que no. Porque Solar Flare al final se vienen estos cuadrados rojos y da vueltas, 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 pero en realidad no es ningún problema. Porque el boss lo puedes tener a tal punto donde él no se mueva. Pero si no sabes moverte con el boss, jamás de la vida vas a creer que Solar Flare es una buena invocación. Toda la gente que no sabe hacer el boss son los que dicen que Solar Flare no es bueno, porque ellos literalmente mueren por el boss, no por Solar Flare. Y los que, no sé, los smitea la bola es porque no saben moverse con ella. Pero eso es, como te digo, es una observación que yo me he dado cuenta, digamos. Ese es el boss, ¿verdad? Y la gente lo que hace es que, por ejemplo, el boss les tira un ataque, ¿verdad? Digamos que este es Spear 1. Y se mueven aquí y esperan a que termine el humo y el boss ya se les va encima. Entonces es humo, ataque, humo, ataque. Por eso les he dicho que el whip no sirve aquí. Si ustedes son nuevos, porque el whip ataca en 4 game ticks. El Soul Reaper, el Side, el Zombie Axe, todos atacan en 5. Entonces hace que usted pueda pegarle apenas usted le va el humo. Pero con el whip usted va a tener lapsos donde usted le pega casi 2 veces y después va a perder el control y ¡plá! Se va al carajo. Well, no, it's just that, yeah, it's good money. So the Inferno, I think my limit was like 3 per day, and one time I pushed it to the limit. I was like, okay, it's a holiday, so I don't have to work, and I did like what 7, and I was like, never again, dude, never again. I'm doing 7 Inferno KC. Never, never again. It was something I'm not gonna do ever. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's think. Okay. No, this is better. I think this is better. Sorry, I'm just dropping some shields on my hardcore. One moment. And by shields, I mean those shields that you make with fletching. Oh, no, that's not a good idea. So I have to play with the ball. Okay. This is the only time where Solar Flare becomes inconvenient, but, you know, not a big deal. And of course, Steve-O is failing on a 1 HP monster. That it's magic base, and of course that's super normal. So, there we go. Probably the one on the back is gonna attack me first. So yeah, I stand in front of them. It's not a requirement, but I stand in front because that's something that you do when you have frailty 3. I mean, not frailty, no, myopia 3. When you have myopia 3, you have to do this because if you attack the one on the back with myopia 3, your character will go here. If you're here, so. This is something that I do as a habit. You know? Not something that you have to do, but it's a good practice. Okay, I'm gonna leave him for the end. There we go. Not the best run this one, but yeah, that's fine. And I lure him back here. There we go. There we go. Alright, so I go here like always, and Berserker. Oh no, I got smited by that. Well, not really a smite, quote unquote. It's more like a remove of my overhead. Smited will be like completely out of prayer, but yeah, this ball passes by. Hits you, I think, between 0 and 20 something, and it takes your overhead away. So yeah, I just didn't move fast enough. But again, that's my fault. Okay. There we go. We have one sip of prayer of brew and a dream, and I think we're gonna make it if we stop making mistakes. At the boss we don't need brews anyways. I just need to survive the entirety of the run, that's it. I'm gonna walk under him, and the reason why I do this is because that way I can block the ranger. And now I'm all alone with him. And I don't have to worry about an annoying ranger throwing me a 5th attack, and yeah. Manticore, you're making it hard to love you. Come on. Oh, something here that it's really funny is that you see this little moon with a 3 next to it. That's called blasphemy, and what blasphemy does is that every time you take a hit, I think it's like 40% or 60% goes towards your prayer. So the more damage you take, the more, you know, prayer they take away from you. So yeah. I was like, why am I on low on restores? Oh yeah, blasphemy. Got destroyed on wave 5 and 6. Alright, this doesn't look good, but Totemic is gonna be more annoying than helpful, so I'm gonna go with Relentless. But seriously, I have to stop making mistakes because Relentless is not gonna forgive me. Relentless removes, I think, 33% of your defense, and then it removes like 66%, and then you're kind of like without armor, so yeah. With Relentless, you have to rely on your clicks, pretty much. Why am I even doing this? Why am I here? Oh yeah, I have my Opia 3. It's that the wave has been gone so stupid that... there we go. Block him, block him, block him. Melee, 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 melee. There we go. Oh, come on, man. Alright, I don't care using Benar now. Thanks. Thank you, Major. Alright. Something funny about this Manticore figure that I don't know if you noticed, but when you activate a Manticore and the other Manticore is alive, they have the same lights. However, if you kill one of the Manticores and the other one hasn't has not seen you yet, there is a 50% chance it starts with the opposite. So mine start with magic, right? This one can start with range. If it starts with range, it's a big advantage for me. So yeah, let's find out what it is, right? To be able to at some point have max HP, but that hasn't happened yet. See, it's range, but you'll be like, this doesn't make sense. The first Manticore was mage. Yes, but this one was deactivated, so the only way this will be mage will be if the other Manticore was still alive and I activated this one by mistake. So yeah, pretty good, right? And that way makes you able to play with this and, you know, expand your possibilities a little bit. So it's kind of like manipulating the game, I guess, a little bit and playing to your advantage, because if this was mage, I'll have to kill at least one ranger on the back and then just kill that one standalone. But yeah, really fun, man. Like, that's why I like the Colosseum, because it's like solving a puzzle sometimes. And obviously, other thing that I like about the Colosseum, the needlers don't need the pillar. Permanents only go after you, they don't go after your pillar. Okay. We're gonna go to 11. I'm gonna go with Frailty. Frailty reduces my HP by 10%. Then by 20 and then all the way to 40. So use it under your own discretion. I think for new people, Frailty 2 is the best, but Frailty 3, I wouldn't recommend it for new people. Okay, this doesn't look pretty good. But I think I might have an idea, but I need really good sync. And with Solar Flare, sometimes that's hard to get. Let's see. Dude, again the Major doing that to me. Why? I might spend my last bit of brew here, but that's not a problem. I just wish that I was full HP, but... Okay. Gotta be ready for that. Here we go. Please, another tank. That's not what I wanted. This is not gonna be fun. Yeah, this will be more like a gamble at this point, because I cannot reach the Romantic, where I was a tick too early. Yeah, I cannot reach it by Myopia 3. I'm gonna count the tiles, but I don't think so. If I can, the issue is resolved, but if I cannot, then I'm screwed. Come on, Tivo. Show that you're worth that much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. I need one more tile, that's it. Because he's out of reach. Okay. There we go. Drag him here. There we go. Now he is within range. I wish he was within range of sight, but he's not. Nice, another miss. And I think I'm dead. No? Yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna make it to... What a way to screw it, right? And I keep losing HP to dumb stuff. I think I can fix it, but it's gonna be so stupid. Like, I'm gonna hate every part of it, so yeah. I wish I kept an amount of attacks that he did on me, the ranger. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, that opportunity was perfect to run with the deans, but... Did I go with the old style of the Inferno? Yeah, it didn't work. I should have just tried to run to your pillar with Deans. Ah, when you make mistakes with Relentless, right? Ah, where's my notepad? Oh, I had my notepad closed. So many mistakes on that 11, dude. I was off by one tick on moving to the other pillar. So I ended up with the Manticore's rear because of because of the myopia, I couldn't reach them. So the other two were on that tile, so I had, how's it called? The Solar Flare 3, so it made it harder to hit. Like, everything conspired just to not be able to kill it. And then, you know, I think it was 3 mistakes and my HP was gone because of Relentless, so yeah. What a waste of time. Next time I'll just run to your pillar with Deans and expect not to die, because I think that was like more complicated with Solar Flare 3, trying to calculate the hit and the prayer switch and then run back again or try to stay out. No thanks. I could have used to my advantage the ranger throwing the javelin at me, but I didn't know on what attack he was because I was running. So. If you have Solar Flare 2 or 1, oh my god, that would be easier to time, but oh well, whatever. You know what I find funny? Solar Flare 2, to me, it's easier than Solar Flare 1 because Solar Flare 1 stays on a corner for a long time. If you stay there, you can receive a lot of damage. So that's why I prefer Solar Flare 2 over Solar Flare 1. It sounds weird, but if you ever had to go to a corner and Solar Flare 1 is there, you can easily die. Because of how massive the damage is. Qué gracioso que lo que me quitó más vida en el run anterior fue Wave 5 y Wave 6, ¿no? Donde me salieron los peores spawns. Y el 11 la terminó de rematar con eso, ¿verdad? Pero sí, me parece súper gracioso. Yo digo, madre, ¿dónde fue donde perdí más vidas? Sí, en Wave 5 y 11, porque me salieron spawns así hondísimos de Shaman y me destruyeron. Y la terminé de rematar con Relentless. Entonces como que... Por eso yo digo, mae, Manti-Mayhem, Relentless, todas esas pichas, mae. Para si ustedes se equivocan, se van a la mierda. Por lo menos, Reentry, Frailty, Solar Flare, mae, ustedes se pueden equivocar una vez, dos veces y no les pasa nada. Pero... ya, mae, Relentless se equivoca una vez. Y eso es algo gracioso. Yo estaba hablando un carajo. Yo digo, madre, la gente que usa mucho Relentless y Manti-Mayhem, madre, les tiembla el esfínter cuando les dicen Frailty 3. Y sin embargo, yo agarro Frailty 3 y hasta Doom 3, madre, esos madres no se atreven. Entonces, por eso yo digo, si usted tiene tanta seguridad de que usted no se va a equivocar, ¿por qué no agarra Frailty 3? Frailty 3 es como que 2 equivocaciones y usted se va. Doom 3 son 5 equivocaciones, se va, ma, y ninguna de esa gente que habla maravillas de Relentless y de Manti-Mayhem, les tiembla la mano con esas invocaciones. Por eso yo digo, ma, cuando alguien me dice, ma, yo agarro esas, son buenísimas y Solar Flare es una mierda, y yo, ma, ¿cuánto KC? Si usted agarra Frailty 3 y un nombre, y yo, ay, sí, ma, muy valiente que sos. Porque Frailty 3 no debería ser un problema para usted si alterna todo. Doom tampoco, pero como te digo, depende de cada persona, pero yo me he encontrado cada ¿cómo se llama? Criatura, ma, que me dice unas varas que no tienen sentido, pero cuando usted le dice que usa tal invocación, ma, está loco, esa picha yo no la uso. Y la gente, madre, porque si usted es tan bueno y usted va de todo el daño y el Ranger no le pega, ¿por qué no usa Reentry 2 en 10? Ah, no, y yo digo como que no, bueno, usted es el amo del DPS. No, yo esa vara no la uso, yo porque le tiene miedo a Reentry. No, es que el movimiento, le tenés miedo, madre. No, mi hermano, eso no es, y yo, madre, yo lo traigo hasta Reentry 3, yo no le doy el problema. Sabe contar, no debería tener problemas con Reentry. Tiene un buen gear, usted no debería tener problemas con Reentry. Entonces como que La misma gente que me encuentro que me dice, no, ma, es que usted tiene que usar anti-mayhem, no sé qué, porque usted tiene miedo. Yo, ok, ma, use Frailty 3 usted. Ah, no, es que Frailty 3 no me gusta. Yo digo, pero Frailty 3, ¿qué te hace? Te dejan 60 de vida. Usted se pierde algo de anti-mayhem o de Relentless, usted se muere un solo. Entonces yo digo, entonces usted sí se equivoca. Entonces es donde, ma, sí, pero muy de vez en cuando. Yo, pero tiene miedo a Frailty. Y siempre esa gente son las que están hablando pestes de Solar Flare, literal. Solar Flare es una picha, no sé qué. Yo, Solar Flare es bueno, bicho. Pero ahí. Digamos, aquí yo tengo Reentry. Reentry lo que hace es que en el quinto ataque del Ranger deja una piscina de lava chiquita. Que cada vez es como el piso del Gauntlet. Y es temporal. Reentry 2 son 2 piscinas permanentes. Reentry 3 son 3 piscinas permanentes. Todo lo que hace Reentry, nada más. Pero digamos, si ya me da la gana, yo puedo usar Reentry 2 o 3. Y calmado, tranquilo, porque ya vas a pensar en esto. Wave 11 ya usted no necesita este pilar. Necesita un rato y ya. De que ir al otro lado se va, pero Reentry no le va a hacer nada, es que me quedo sin espacio. Sí, es que sabes qué es, Williams. A mí la gente me dice que es mejor Relentless y es mejor Anti-Mayhem. Yo he dicho, pero usted se equivoca con una de ellas. Entonces la estrategia o la ola que tiene la gente que escoge esas invocaciones mucho es que ellos no se equivocan. Entonces yo digo, usted no se equivoca porque no agarra Frailty 3. Ah, no, esa no me gusta. Yo, ¿por qué no le gusta, man? 30 vidas es muy poco para usted. No es eso. Yo, es que no es eso que es, porque yo no entiendo. Y es donde empieza, no, es que a mí esas symbols, no sé qué. Yo, no, pero le tiene miedo a Frailty. No, yo no tengo miedo, es que a mí no me gusta. Además, yo estoy acostumbrado a tener vida alta, no sé qué, Pero sí, mucha gente que trashea Solar Flare dicen que ellos escogen Relentless o Anti-Mayhem. Y yo he hecho, pero se equivoca, ¿qué pasa? No, es que yo no me equivoco. Y yo, ok, pues para qué trae Bruce. Literal, si tiene tanta confianza, no traiga Bruce. ¿Para qué? Estorban. Pero sí, yo me he dado cuenta de eso, mucha gente que le encanta Relentless y Anti-Mayhem me hablan pestes de Solar Flare. Pero cuando ustedes les dicen, anda con Relentless 3, ¿por qué no le das ahí a un ratillo a Frailty 3? No, esa vara a mí no me gusta, no sé qué, pero no te debería pasar nada, porque agarras de Anti-Mayhem 3 de fuerte, Relentless 3 es fuerte. ¿Qué sería Frailty 3 para vos? Nada. Entonces para eso cuando alguien me dice que le gusta Relentless y Anti-Mayhem, pero le tiembla la mano con Frailty, yo me quedo preguntándome si en realidad sabe lo que están haciendo. La gente que dice que Solar Flare es muy malo, digo, esta gente en realidad lo habrá usado. O sabe cómo manejarlo, tiene True Tile ID, pero es extraño. No sé por qué, pero mucha gente que no le gusta Solar Flare son los amantes de Relentless y Anti-Mayhem. Y yo, se equivoca con uno de esos, va para afuera. Por ejemplo, aquí Reentry me está jodiendo un poco, sí. No te lo voy a negar, pero igual esta invocación yo la prefiero sobre Anti-Mayhem. ¿Por qué? Porque ahí vieron que yo me equivoqué en un ataque. En Anti-Mayhem estaría smiteado. Listo. Y vamos acá. Protect from Magic. Solar Flare a mí me encanta, Reentry, digamos, tengo 1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Cuántos son esos? 5, 6. 6 cuadritos que de momento no puedo usar. Y a mí no me interesa. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre hay espacio para pegarle. ¿Verdad? Entonces es como que eso, man. Reentry, todo el mundo le oye. Y yo lo entiendo. Si usted es nuevo, no lo debería escoger. Pero Reentry en realidad es muy tranquilo, man. O sea, digamos, usted no se va a quedar sin espacio. No es que esté usando, no sé, un run crossbow, weón. Pero un bowfa le da duro. Y Reentry es solo para los Rangers. Entonces, dime, ¿verdad? ¿Ves? Ahí me agarró tarde. Imagínate lo que hubiera sido eso con Mantimage, man. Estaría como en 30 de vida. ¿Y por qué me agarró tarde? Misclick. Pero sí, yo es que cuando a mí alguien me dice una invo es buena, yo le digo, ma, explíqueme en sus propias palabras por qué es buena. Y pues, ma, porque esto y esto y esto y esto. Y yo me dice, pero esta invo que no, esa no, a mí no me gusta. Yo sí te digo a vos, a mí no me gusta Totemic, no me gusta, pero yo he usado absolutamente todas. Ya hasta Red Flag una vez lo usé en Wave 11, casi me muero. ¿Y qué? O sea, creo que no me ha visto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ¿ves? Lo vamos a dar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Listo. Ningún tipo de problema, man. Ningún tipo de problema. Voy a dejar ese zip para el final. People don't really like re-entry, man, but honestly it's not so bad. And you can use re-entry at the very end on the wave 11. And you can put it on re-entry too. And it doesn't really matter that much. But I do like it. Gonna run here. I'm not wrong, the ranger should see me about now. Yep. The only bad thing about this situation that I'm in is that I cannot stay there, and the reason for that is, can anybody tell me? Re-entry. Yeah, it is re-entry, so we have to try to kill him fast. I wasted like 3 attacks because I was wearing my quiver and I couldn't attack him, so the main thing is that to use these styles that solar flare passes by. Ven, aquí yo lo arreglé y en reentry no me estorbó para nada. Por eso yo digo, reentry no es malo, mae. A mí me gusta. Pero es que hay... O sea, si ustedes saben hacer Hydra, si ustedes saben hacer Gauntlet, ustedes se tienen que acordar de la parte donde ustedes tienen que moverse o que el monstruo les está diciendo, perro, mira, voy a hacer tal cosa. O Hydra cuando mueve la cabeza. Literalmente, el Ranger no tiene una manera de decirte cuándo te va a tirar el quinto ataque. Pero si vos los cuentas, madre, literal, es fácil. Ok. Red flag is kind of like a wave killer. I have used it and completed the wave, but it was like wave 11, so I don't think that counts. Okay. Good thing that I don't have Manti Mayhem, dude. That could be catastrophic. Okay. I don't... Why am I missing so many attacks? I don't have myopia, so I could use technically these 4 tiles to attack the ranger. But the main idea is not to run out of tiles to attack the ranger, because if you do that, you're gonna be facing with a possibly 1-hit KO with the Minotaur. But yeah, that was kind of a disaster on my end, and the thing is that I cannot time myself well with NPCs that are that far. I don't know why, dude, but even with sound or sight, I need to have the NPC a little bit closer to me. I don't know if it's normal, but I need to have the guy close to me to be able to like see what he's doing. But yeah, that's my little, you know. It's not like super bad. Oh my god. Only I will do that, right? Imagine getting smited by Solar Flare 3 and going back to Solar Flare 3 to take damage. Only very, very smart people will do that. There is an entire strategy again on that, but regular people don't understand it. Not just kidding. It's all being done. I don't think I should have done this because... yeah, because it's gonna be 10 and it's better to be brewed up if something goes bad. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of stupid. I wasted a dosage, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. I'm gonna go with Doom. I could take Frailty 3, but I figure out why not Doom, right? Okay, this is a good wave. The bad thing about this is that I don't know what the Manticore is, so even if I lure the Manticore, I still have to run diagonally, and the reason why I have to run diagonally is because since this is not ready, and I don't know what, you know, what traffic lights this thing is gonna give me, I'd rather not risk the run or a lot of my supplies for something like that, so yeah. Alright, so I go in front of him so that way he doesn't heal the major, and we hit them twice. Mainly what I can do here is to put re-entry to level 2 on wave 11. That's free. Or I can choose Doom 2, but if something goes wrong, that can be deadly, depending on what happens, right? So yeah, you have two choices there. I could go also with Frailty 3. That's also not a bad idea, because my amount of bursts are low anyway, so I could go with Frailty 3. I'll see what options I get. Ah, come on, that guy was supposed to be out. Okay. If I go here, those rangers are gonna run to me. Yep. But this is not such a good idea because, you know, I might run out of space before that, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna wait on another attack and then go here. Here it is. I'm gonna kill the one on the back first because I see how the ranger... Oh no. No, the ranger, even if I kill the manticore first, I don't think he will slide on my way. I don't think so, but... It's leaning on a weird way, which makes me think he can do a U-turn. I'm gonna prove my theory that if I kill the manticore, this ranger comes after me. Okay. On what pillar am I? Okay, no, never mind. Never mind. He won't. He won't. I just realized that I always use those two spaces. So yeah, he won't. Good. Okay, so that wasn't really necessary. Quiero ver eso que hizo Williams de los Big Bones. Dios mío, man. No había precio tan alto de que yo estaba en la escuela, man. No, en la escuela valían 400. ¿Sabes qué? Creo que los Williams primero empezaron volándose los bots y ahora están volando a los compradores y vendedores, o sea, los deathmatchers. Entonces se están yendo arriba de la cadena alimenticia, man. I'm gonna go with re-entry too. Hopefully I don't regret it. Yes, I won't. And the reason why I say I hope I don't regret it is because if I get a ranger on the right with something else, it can turn out a little bit dangerous, but thank God it didn't. And yep, this is already resolved. The only thing I have to do is not mess up the Minotaur Mage. Run to your pillar, separate the two of them, and I should be done here. And re-entry too, it didn't do anything to me. So people are afraid of that imbo, or they don't like it. I never see anybody using re-entry, so... Sí, la máscara. Bueno, me salió el gear completo, me salieron los pantalones, el pecho y ahora la máscara. Me salió el game completo de Fire en una sola noche. Casi nunca pasa. Ya era hora, Williams. Ya el juego se les había salido mucho de control. Esta gente, yo no sé, yo creí que a ellos no les interesaba. O hasta uno se pone conspiratorio a pensar que ellos son parte de eso. Porque es tanta la falta de acción, pero seguro... Se sentaron muchas horas a pensar en esto y decir, madre, ¿qué deshacernos de los bots? Pero no pasa nada si nos deshacemos de los bots y los mayores compradores de oro, que son los deathmatchers, siguen vivos. Entonces seguro fue como, mae, aquí tenemos que matar la vara de raíz. Primero corte la cabeza, que son los bots, y después corte el resto del cuerpo y ahí muere todo en su orden respectivo. See, now that I did this, the ranger is the last thing that I'm gonna kill. And I can play with his re-entry 2 movements and nothing will end up in my arena. That's why re-entry 2 is free. Vieras que casi que me está saliendo un ralos diario. Casi. Ayer me salió uno. Creo que hace 2 días me salió uno. Después me salieron 2 en un solo día. Lástima que esté en 90 millones, pero bueno. Está en 130. Okay, I'm gonna drink this and take a look. Take a look at this. This is why I tell you re-entry is manageable. See? This, okay, it's outside of the arena of the boss. It's permanent. This won't go away for the entirety of the run, but we're on wave 11. See? It's just one. So that's why re-entry is manageable. And you can stall it a lot on the early waves and use it at the very end on 11. I had to use it once on wave 10, it was a disaster. And take a look at this. Beast sucks. Quartet, I don't like it. So I'm gonna go with Frailty 3. I only have 2 doses of brew. That means that I only have 60 HP. That means 2 mistakes at the boss, or 1 laser, and I'm dead. So what does this tells me? Well, I need to be more careful with my HP. But if you're the type of guy that takes Manti Mayhem and Relentless, you shouldn't be afraid of this. There we go. And the reason why I say this, you know, because a lot of people trash re-entry. Pretty much saying, oh, re-entry is so bad. I was like, not really. Has to do a lot with how you move. Okay, that's my first mistake. Second mistake. See, I told you frailty it's dangerous. Ay, mae. ¿Sabes qué pasó ahí? Me pegó. Y perdí el control del wave, mae. Qué pereza, perro. 2 muertes seguidas. Y eso era totalmente evitable, literal. A mí a veces me pasa eso, llego a kill 7 o a kill 8. Y siempre muero 2-3 veces y después ya no tengo muertes. Y yo más como que el kill 7 y el 8 siempre por alguna estupidez me muero. Va a cambiar mi mundo. Y eso es porque ese... ¿Cómo se llama? Ese coso amarillo me quedó incómodo. Entonces yo quería acomodarlo. Quería acomodarlo, bicho, y no pude. Man, me falta algo, ¿verdad? Así me falta algo. Ah, sí, los claws. Voy a sacar los normales para un ratillo variar el... Ahora, man. Yo sigo esta rutina, mae. Cuando ya los waves me empiezan a ir mal, saco otro aire. De la nada ya todo es perfecto. Pues cuando estoy teniendo mala suerte, mae, saco otro aire, mae, y ya se arregla todo. Veamos si este es el caso. Madre, ¿para qué me traje esto, bicho? Ah, no importa, no importa, no me voy a devolver. A ver, esto aquí tirado. Sí, man. Yo uso el Venom y no lo sé. Doom en Wave 3. La estaba esperando, Pepe. ¿Sí? Sí. Puede ser bot o tal vez no. Hay gente que deja como el stream corriendo. No, no estoy seguro. Siempre hay gente que llega y dice, man, yo hace rato estoy bien, yo, man, verdad, ni idea, porque uno medio reconoce a la gente, pero puede ser que dejan ahí el stream corriendo, quién sabe. No. Ay, madre. No estoy sincronizándome bien, bicho. Este reentry me sacó un toque de curso. No, no, no. A veces también es que las estadísticas están mal. Digamos, yo me acuerdo que una vez, como tiene un delay el chat, como que el chat y los views no, no se sincronizan bien, creo, no me acuerdo con la vara. En Twitch en Kick pasa igual, de hecho usted le dice, más de 6 personas, usted refresca y no hay nadie. Es súper extraño, pero creo que eso es algo de la plataforma en sí. Porque yo me acuerdo que una vez yo decía, no puede ser que haya 7 personas en Kick, bicho. Y refresqué y está a 0, y yo, sí. Yo por hecho cuando tengo que hacer esto con el hardcore, si no me gustan las imbos o no me gusta el spawn, me teletransporto, man, porque a veces yo me quedo aquí sí, por quedarme, pero verdad. Sí, pienso que cuando haga esto en el hardcore no va a ser tan feo. La única parte peligrosa es el boss nada más, pero aparte del boss creo que debería ser fácil, aunque sí veo que tal vez va a ser como 1 o 2 cases por día porque entre resets y teleports se me van a ir bastantes recursos. Lo que sí sé es que, digamos, en mundos PvP, por ejemplo, el Coliseo, bueno, no adentro, sino, digamos, afuera donde está el banco es área segura. Entonces, por eso puedo usar restores de esas y Anglerfish ahí. Obviamente, para teletransportarme sería mi casa, pero pues sí. De hecho, esa comida de PvP también la dan en Soulverse, entonces por eso es que tal vez en el infierno no, pero en lo que es el Coliseo sí. Es cuando puedas bloquear el banco, entonces puedo usar los recursos de PvP en estos mundos. Bueno, ya tengo 61 fletching. Espero que hoy me pueda sacar como 65, 64. Y mañana sería ya empezar a boicotear Use y hacer Use Short Bows. Y después ver cuándo pueda meterme Use Long Bows. Y la meta me gustaría que fuera Magic Longbow, pero si puedo ir con You Longbows, diría que está bien. Entonces hago el primer run con el longbow que pueda hacer. Down. Y si veo que no hay mucha diferencia, me llevo eso. Pero no voy a cargar el crystal. Si veo que hay mucha diferencia y que estoy durando demasiado, ok, no hay problema. Sí, es que estoy haciendo esos escudos, los que usan como no sé cuántos, como gold logs, una cosa así. Estaba haciendo escudos de maple, los tiro al piso, modifiqué el left click para que sea drop. Pero sí, no es mucho XP, pero yo como estoy aquí en el Woodcutting Guild no tengo que banquear, estoy en unos árboles de maple que nadie agarra, que son míos. Y mae, yo la verdad, estoy contento con eso. Creo que era como 14. Pero a mí no me interesa tanto el maxit, me interesa la consistencia. Porque tengo que ver cuántas arrows tengo en el banco para yo poder tomar una decisión. Porque si tengo unas 5000, 6000, yo creo que eso me alcanza. Pero sí creo que el maxit del U Longbow o nada menor era como un 13, un 14. Es lo mismo que irónicamente el maxit del Dorgeshan Crossbow. Pero a mí el maxit no me interesa tanto, me interesa la consistencia. Porque vos ves que con el Crystal Bow igual pego un montón de ceros. Pero a mí me importaría si Crystal Bow pegara muchos ceros, pero es que se me van mucho las cargas. Pero si pego muchos ceros con las AD Arrows y es parecido al Longbow, igual al Crystal Bow, sí me sirve porque con el patrón de Levi's Accumulator no gasto tantos arrows. Porque si vos ves, yo tenía como 14.000 o lo que sea, y en ese intento gasté como 500 volts. Entonces yo me imagino que aunque gaste 1000, me debería alcanzar. Sí, es que no hay parecidos porque el mago tiene mucha defensa. No tengo un parecido donde probarlo porque el mago tiene mucha defensa. Esa es la cosa de ese mago. El mago del Firekeep y el mago del Inferno tienen eso, tienen mucha defensa. Entonces como que es esa cosa, ¿verdad? Pero sí, cuando llegue a 6.5 fletching, quiero calcular cuántos U's necesito para llegar al U Longbow. Y después de U Longbow, cuánto necesito para llegar aunque sea a Magic Shortbow. Y así vamos a ir. Yo el Magic Shortbow no lo veo como una necesidad, porque el Dorgeshan Crossbow hace muy buen trabajo con los otros monstruos. Entonces pienso que yo sé que llevar 2 municiones es un toque tonto, pero a nivel de Iron Man tiene más sentido, ¿verdad? Pero sí, digamos, yo pienso que estos días me deberían ser suficientes para aunque sea ya llegar a U Longbow. Si llegara a Magic Longbow me sorprendería, pero yo creo que puedo llegar de U a Magic Shortbow. Obviamente el Magic Shortbow no me va a solucionar el problema. Pero sí, yo voy a tratar de llegar al U Longbow. Yo tengo unos, ¿cómo se llama? Unos cuantos flags que había convertido en ¿cómo se llaman? Bowstrings para esto mismo. Porque yo dije, "Mae, yo en algún momento voy a tener que hacer un Magic Short. Yo para entrenar, para matar ciertas cosas. Y saqué como 20 flags y dije, bueno, no me alcanza. Y los hice ahí en Lumbridge y no los volví a tocar. Pero yo sé que fletching es muy rápido. Y mi woodcutting level es 70. Entonces aquí en el woodcutting guild los puedo sacar muertos de risa. Y ya. Sí, ese es el problema. El shortbow no me sirve porque es un alcance muy bajo. El Dorgeshan Crossbow tiene 6 styles. O sea, tiene 6 styles. Oh, really? Well, the motivation right now I got mine is to get the fire cape. But, you know, I think it's a good one, but what are you doing on yours? Oh, but you are very advanced on that account, dude. Have you tried, oh no, you already have Inferno, right? Maybe Colosseum? I don't know. Yeah, because it looks like you have accomplished a lot on it. I don't know if the early game is more exciting. I haven't, like, for example, the accounts that I create, they have a start and an end, and for my hardcore airman the start is, you know, the Thor Island, and the end is like Colosseum. And the end is Colosseum, and hopefully not dying there, but I guess it's the initial part that it's like, I guess, exciting. I don't know. I guess, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I think we all get to that point. My friend used to tell me the moment that you run out of goals on RuneScape, that's when you quit. Because I remember he was when I was trying to leave the game for the original RuneScape, I got I think 99 woodcutting, 99 fishing, 99 a lot of 99s on skills. But I was always bored, like, you know, I'm gonna get a 99, another 99. What's the point? And then I wanted to PVM, but I didn't have like the gear, so the motivation was to get the gear. And then when I had a few gear, I was like, okay, the motivation is to get rares and get more money, but no. For example, when I was doing Inferno, I was like, okay, I want to do this. And when I was able to do it, I was like, okay, I want to do it 5 more times to see if it wasn't luck. And I realized that on the second and the 6th KC I struggled more, so I was like, okay, let's get 50. And I was like, okay, I got 50. Now I can do it without dying a lot. And I was like, okay, what if, you know, we help others to get their caves with coaching, free coaching? And that was like the main motivation. Like, oh, okay, you want coaching? Okay, let's do it on the weekend. And then I was like, oh, you know what? This thing is very easy. And after you get at the hang of it, why not go for a, I don't know, it was like 100 KC. I was like, how long will that take me? And I was like, okay, let me do the math. Okay, it takes me X amount of times if I do it, you know, 100 KC. Right? And then I was like, okay, what if I do 2 per day? What if I do 3? And I was like, okay, yeah, maybe I can get 1,000. That sounds like an interesting achievement. I was like, do I get bored before completing it? I was like, do I lose all my money? And I was like, no, that's very unlikely. Inferno is not very expensive. It's more time consuming than anything else. And yeah. And then I got 1,000 and I was like, well, when the Coliseum comes out, I'm gonna do Coliseum. Yeah, I was like doing the finances and I was like, this is doable, but it's gonna take a lot of time. And then with Coliseum, I was like, well, let's get the collection log. And I was like, okay, I got it. I was like, okay, let's make the money that I didn't make last year because I spent an entire year on the Inferno. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy another things that I didn't buy. Let's buy full Virtus because I only had the top. I bought the bottom, the mask. I was like, okay, what else am I missing that I want? Oh, what about this weapon? Oh, what about this weapon? What about this one? And the other day I purchased the 3rd age weapons. I mean, not the weapons, the armor. For melee and for mage. And I was like, okay, and what about a dragon full helm? I always wanted one of those when I was like 14. So yeah, I was like, let's go with that. That sounds like fun. And it's kind of like what I've been doing, like what I always wanted when I was a kid that I couldn't afford. But right now I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna continue doing this, and when I reach the Corrupted Gauntlet, I'm gonna play on my Iron Man, get the Crystal Armor, get the Bofa, and then go to the Inferno and get the Cape, go to the Coliseum, get the Quiver, and bless it without dying, and that's the end of the Hardcore Iron Man series. And then I will see what else I can do. I have an account that I use for level 3 to Inferno. Maybe I can do a series on 0 to max cash on that one. I have a pure, I have to finish the Inferno on that one. Maybe learn to PvP on that one. So, you know, I have a few things written down. But yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, after probably blessing the quiver and getting the Inferno on the hardcore, probably I wouldn't be playing on that one still, because it only has those goals. And maybe on the main, get the jet pet, go for the 6 jet challenge. What else? What else? I think that's it. Oh, come on, man. Why I always get these things? Okay, that wasn't such a good move on my end, and the reason why it wasn't such a good move is because I missed a mage attack, and those are the ones that can hit me the most based on my gear. Alright, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. But yeah, I still have like, well, 2 accounts on the work, the pure that I haven't playing on like maybe 2-3 weeks because of the hardcore. The hardcore takes a lot of my time, and yeah. Let's see. Oh, why did I do that, dude? What the hell is wrong with me? Come on. Serpent Shaman. Serpent Shaman. Well, we don't have Bruce, but that's not really an issue. But yeah, man, I mean, I think a lot of people ask me, what do you do with the account that you got the Inferno, like level 3? From like nothing. From free to play to Inferno, which, you know, I had to grind the bond and everything. I was like, well, the series finished, so the account, I don't play on it anymore, you know. I was like, the only one I keep playing on is my main, but that account had a beginning and end. So. And the main pretty much finances the hardcore Ironman spawns, so I think that's kind of like the motivation. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, the bond was 8 mil. It took me like months to get the money. Yeah, it was a 7-month series. From May all the way to like Christmas, and I got the cape I think on Christmas. Oh look, I had a white. Oh my god, I didn't see this, bro. I'm blind. I thought I was out of Bruce. Okay. Yeah, but it was a 7-month series, and I killed suck with an ACV. I'm never gonna do that again. Crossbows suck. They suck big time. So I told myself, whenever I do an OSRS, please, please, please get a bowfight. Don't be an idiot and just do the quest, you know. They just suck. Doesn't matter if it's the Sarites, they all suck. You know. Kill 2. I mean, and of course I didn't grab that because I didn't read. No, tenemos los que ocupamos. ¿Qué tal, Andrés? Ah. Three, 4. That's something that I'm not gonna do, dude. I'm not gonna get blowpipe. I really don't wanna farm like darts. I don't wanna do Solra. I hate it. Stupid monster. So I'm just gonna use Volcar for the entirety of the Inferno. It's a waste of time anyways, because you can do the Inferno with just Volcar. It's 4 game ticks, it's an amazing weapon, you can kill healers with it. Like, screw blowpipe, honestly. I'd rather corrupt the Bofa because of the usage that I'm gonna give it than even try to get the blowpipe, because you gotta get the kills, you gotta get the darts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, who cares? No estoy seguro. No tengo idea, no he estado al pendiente de eso porque he estado pensando mucho del hardcore. Entonces he estado pensando como qué le tengo que hacer. Y ahora que nos morimos 2 veces en el parque, pensando que, o sea, ya tengo la plata para cargarlo, lo cargo, no lo cargo, mejor trato de hacer fletching para ver si subo aunque sea un U longbow. El U longbow con Adam and Arrows, que es lo único que tengo, pega 14. Entonces yo digo, y creo que eso es suficiente. Pues estaba pensando en eso. Pero es que no me he ocupado de ver high schools porque estaba chequeando como más el wiki, leyendo, man. Oh yeah, I figured out, dude. Darts, making darts, kills, you know. Well, soul rights, it's just something I wouldn't do. And it is annoying when you don't have good weapons and good armor on Solra. It's just a pain, dude. I mean, I know it's great for resources, and I know that they're helpful for environment, but I'd rather not have them than go to that ugly and annoying boss. I know he drops a lot of rares consistently. You can turn into skills, but no. But yeah, when I get Bofa, I'll definitely corrupt it. I'm gonna use it heavily on the Inferno and heavily on the Colosseum, so quiero ver toda esta semana, digamos, yo tengo la plata para cargar un bow, ¿verdad? Yo tengo plata para cargar un bow. Entonces lo que tengo que hacer es tirar flecha y galo estúpido esta semana y ver si puedo hacer un U-Longbow o en el mejor de los casos un Magic Longbow. Si puedo hacer eso, man, entonces lo llevo en el primer run del parque y si me sirve, man, entonces guardo esa plata, descargo esos Crystal Balls y los dejo ahí de reserva. Pero sí, yo por dicha yo subí fletching porque yo quería llevar un Maple Shortbow a, creo que era el Nature Spirit, no, Lost City, ajá. Y como lo llevé, hice woodcutting y entrené fletching por puro desmadre, man, porque dije en algún momento tal vez tenga que hacer un Magic Shortbow, quiero estar más cerca que lejos, y lejos. Cuando llegue a poder hacer U longbows, perdón, U shields, eso es un montón de XP. Entonces, lo que ocupo es eso, poder llegar a hacer escudos de U y después ya podría rebotar hacia el Magic Longbow. No importa. Pero sí, o sea, digamos. Ahorita yo dije, vaya, que le puedo entrenar deep. Desde que llegue el próximo intento de Firekeep podemos sacarle un U Longbow o tratar en el mejor de los casos Magic Longbow para que si morimos, bueno, y solo me quedan 40, ¿cómo se llama? Solo me quedan 40 Prayer Pots. Entonces fui a recoger unos cuantos Ranars que tenía ahí porque tengo 27 semillas de Ranars. Entonces también creo que recolecté unas 15, que eso me ayuda para tener más Prayer. Pero sí, también es que hay que tener cuidado con eso porque, digamos, si fallo el próximo Firekeep, espero que no, pero ya no puedo hacer más porque me quedo sin el recurso de Prayer. Entonces tengo que tener cuidado, la próxima tiene que ser definitiva, porque si no tengo que esperar a conseguir runners, y es o farmeando, ajá, o simplemente no sé, matando Chaos Druids, verdad, que no es muy divertido. Matar Chaos Druids suena más factible que farmearlas porque no tengo super combos, entonces me salen muy pocas. Pero las farmeo ahí como indirectamente. Lo triste es que no tengo buenos teleports. Entonces como estoy woodcutteando aquí y haciendo fletching, no puedo hacer los farm runs bien. Pero creo que tengo una manera de entrar aquí a este guild más rápido, pero sí, pero esas son las semillas. Yo me refiero a las hojas. O sea, lo malo de no tener super compost o ultra compost es que literalmente lo que sacas de las semillas son como 3 por semilla, 4 por semilla, lo cual es muy poco. Para tener los runners más rápido hay que matar los Chaos Druids y sacar como 20 por trip, y esos se matan en un hit con el Dragon Scimitar. Entonces por esa parte, ¿verdad? Los Chaos Druids, de hecho, a mí me dieron los 100 y algo de Bruce que yo tenía, de Runners que yo tenía. Pero sí, yo Esas 20 y algo de Runner Seeds yo las saqué de los Moss Giants. Porque estaba campeando esa cosa de Briopita para sacar como alcables, para sacar plata. Pero ahí como yo entrené range en los Moss Giants, saqué como 20 y algo de semillas. Porque estuve ahí desde creo que 60 a 70 y saqué demasiadas semillas, pero de todo. Y era en Edgefield y no tenía que banquear, entonces... ¿Todo bien? El Ultra Compost creo que se necesita como una cosa volcánica, y para eso ocupo acceso a Fossil Island o con Volcanic Mining, no me acuerdo, pero para eso ocupo acceso a Fossil Island y todavía no lo tengo. Ah, sí, ese sí los uso, el Secateurs de la magia ya lo tengo desde Fairy Tales parte 1, ese sí, esos siempre los uso. Pero sí, el yielding es muy bajo con compost normal. Pero sí, el yielding es muy bajo. Pero como te digo, a mí no me molesta volver a ir a los Chaos Druids a sacar más hierbas porque me es indiferente. Solo que digo que si ya el próximo intento no se puede, me muero por una idiotez, no se puede hacer otro y no es por cosas de plata, sino por bots. Y sin eso uno no puede hacerlo. La comida no es el problema, ¿verdad? Porque nosotros usamos cualquier estupidez de comida, pero... Pero sí, es que eso es lo difícil, mae, tener recursos, pero no importa. En el caso de que me quedara si Prayer Potions, mae, yo tengo maneras. El Snape Grass no es problema, y tampoco los runners, porque yo antes de tener el nivel de farming, yo saqué un montón de hierbas para subir Herblore. No, es que yo tengo 40 ahorita. Yo tengo 40 Prairie Pots. Yo tengo 40, entonces creo que si no me alcanza para 2, me alcanza solo para 1. Pero, como te digo, es que quiero ver cómo me va intentando con... O sea, porque yo sé que con Magic Longbow, yo me acuerdo que al Pure le fue bien. O sea, con Magic Longbow y Magic Shortbow. Y el Dorgeshan Crossbow en realidad es muy bueno para todo lo que no sea el mago. O sea, esa vara destroza todo y pega muy rico y tiene un libro que tiene más 4 de Prayer. Entonces más bien eso es algo bueno, pero yo dije, más sí, porque yo tenía 90 y algo. Cada attempt se usan como 25, 20 y algo, entonces yo digo, más sí, en la próxima pues o todo o nada. Entonces es hacer eso, pero ya por lo menos ya sé que eso de pasar por el medio a mí no me sirve, mae. Yo los tagueo todos, me los llevo ahí por detrás de una cueva y listo. Vuelvo y ya puedo pasar por el medio muerto de risa o detrás de Jad y ya eso es todo. Pero no me sirve estar en eso de pasar, porque si uno se queda pegado en los pies de Jad no hay nada que hacer. Eso ahora va a seguirte por todo lado. Pero todo bien. Y la cosa buena es que nuestra cuenta solo tiene 70 agility, entonces nunca se queda sin ganas de correr. Sí, exacto. Es que digamos, aunque el Magic, o sea, si yo tuviera el Magic Longbow o el Huge Longbow, aunque pegue un 14, aunque pegue un 13, no me interesa, pero yo sé que no me va a quedar sin cargas o que, uy, madre, otra vez voy a tener que ahorrar esta vez 500k, o sea, no. Yo sé que yo puedo agarrar y meterme a LMS o donde sea y saco un vergazo de arrows, y hasta el mismo Barrock venden Advent Arrows y serían casi que infinitas. Entonces es como que eso es lo que yo quiero. Es lo que yo quiero. Y todas esas semillas de cristal las voy a dejar ahí para que cuando haga Corrupted Gauntlet las cambio por Shards. Y así cuando tengo que recargar cualquier item tengo Shards. Pero bueno, verdad, estamos teorizando. Igual creo que el jueves es feriado. Entonces quiero ver si el jueves puedo tratar otra vez. Y así el sábado puedo hacer Tide Farm. ¿Verdad? Tide Farm. Y con Tide Farm subir un poquillo de farming. ¿Verdad? Cosillas así. Pero vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Yo por lo menos sé que la primera fue el Crystal Ball que me quedé sin cargas y la segunda fue una animalada mía, pero todo bien, más parte de tener una cuenta un toque limitada en todo. Y también es que a mí lo que me motiva de hacer el Firekit es que en el Pier y o sea, sí era un poco más difícil. ¿Por qué? Porque al no tener defensa más no puede tanquear nada. Ahí yo tanqueaba varios sitios como de... Obviamente no el mago, ¿verdad? Pero digamos, como son el Ranger y eso, me pegó un toquecillo Ranger. Por eso yo decía, Sharks y todas esas varas, yo lo pensé, yo dije, pero yo tengo 60 defensa. Es más, sin 40 de vida. Esos más no pegan nada. Entonces es como que aunque yo lleve Monk Ropes, no termino tan pichoseado. No he ido, Williams. Yo quiero ir para salir de la duda de qué tan bueno es ahora, pero yo quiero sacarle 70 farming ahí porque yo no pienso hacer farm runs ni nada. O sea, los farm runs son solo para hierbas. Sí. Sí, yo tanqueo al melee. Y es porque tengo 60 defensa. Ese melee es fuerte, pero no es tan fuerte, el melee del infierno, pero ese pega un 49 y usted se queda en silla de ruedas. Pero lo que es el melee del fire que paga el favor, que pega un 20, qué miedo, ¿verdad? Además los waves que ustedes que me hacen daño es los que tienen mage y range. o mage melee range, y son muy pocos. Yo me acuerdo que con el Pure Just conté son como 14 waves que usted puede recibir daño, y es daño como muy débil, y además como yo llevo Rings of Recall me ayudan en el DPS. Ahora son instanciadas, qué bien, porque antes yo me tenía que pelear por el puesto. Pero sí, yo el fin de semana el fin de semana el plan es ir a Tide Farm y subir farming, pero ¿verdad? A mí, digamos, yo sé que yo todavía no voy a hacer Song of the Elves, pero yo quiero los requisitos de Song of the Elves, para que cuando lo haga no esté viendo los requisitos. Entonces farming es uno del que quiero salir porque será uno de los más molestos. Y listo. Pero sí, yo digamos, en la web es como la plata y los bots, pero o sea, yo ya quiero hacer Song of the Elves, o verdad, por lo menos, porque ese va a ser como mi best in slot para todo. Entonces es como que, verdad, digamos, cuando a mí me dicen, saque el torso, saque no sé qué, yo he dicho, ¿para qué? Ay, para hacer Slayer. Y, yo voy a sacar el Slayer que yo ocupe para después, pero más allá de eso, ¿para qué Slayer? Para el whip, yo tengo un Zombie Axe. Es para entrenar. Para el Scimitar. Es como que más para recursos de farming. No voy a hacer farming. Yo solo ocupo 70. Si ocupo para sacar Toadflax, no sé qué, eso es con menos nivel. Entonces como que, ¿verdad? Uno tiene que saber como qué en realidad necesita. Entonces, si uno calcula bien las cosas, no hay mayor problema. Pero claro, si usted dice, voy a sacar esto, voy a sacar aquello. Hasta el buff, así el Crystal Armor es un mega arma, porque esa vara literalmente puede pegar 20 como si nada. Obviamente, ¿verdad? No es como que vamos a ir a gastar eso, pero yo estaba viendo, y creo que a mí en el hardcore sí me sirve corromperlo eventualmente. ¿Por qué? Porque, perro, yo lo voy a usar en el infierno como arma principal, no voy a llevar blowpipe. 1. 2. Lo voy a usar en el coliseo como mi arma principal hasta que llegue al boss. Entonces, yo me acuerdo que a mí este muchacho Leire del noruego me dijo, no, es que recargar ¿cómo se llama? Corromper el buff es una estupidez, usted jamás va a usar 10.000 cargas. Y yo, ¿estás seguro? Sí, usted nunca va a usar 10.000 cargas. Y yo, pero yo no estoy de acuerdo con eso. Yo, no, jamás usar 10.000 cargas es una vara irreal y no sé qué. Yo, pero ¿y qué pasa si esa es mi arma principal? Yo le dije así por joder. Yo dije, ¿qué pasa si yo hago PVM con eso? ¿Qué pasa si yo hago Slayer con eso? ¿Qué pasa si yo hago Clues Cross con eso? Entonces él me dijo como que, sí, pero es que no, esa vara es muy real, no sé qué, no sé. Pero a mí sí me sirve corromperlo. Yo estaba pensando y yo, no, o sea, yo sí ocupo por romperlo. Ah. Listo. Oh. Sí, exacto. Es que esa es la cosa, mae. Mucha gente, y yo no soy uno de ellos, yo creo cuentas, pero tienen un principio y un fin, excepto la main. Entonces, cuando yo digo, mae, por ejemplo, la cuenta del infierno, a mí siempre me dicen, mae, pero ¿usted qué hizo con esa cuenta? Y yo, mae, no me lo guía en ella porque tal vez le haga una serie, un plan que le tengo, pero ahorita no. Entonces, digamos, mae, ¿qué hizo con las cuentas de Rune Dragons? Sí, mae, es que esto es mejor que Rune Dragons. Entonces, ya están ahí, están offline y sin membresía. Entonces, mucha gente lo que hace es que empieza un Iron, mae, y vamos a maxear, vamos a sacar todo. Y yo no, pero o sea, yo quiero dos cosas. Inferno y maxear, bueno, y Coliseo, pero con Quiver pleseado, así como lo tengo yo. Esa es la meta de la cuenta. Más adelante veremos qué le hacemos, pero esa es la meta. En el Pure, cuando yo esté más menos ocupado con el hardcore, entonces sacarle el Inferno, maxearle combat en lo que yo quiero y dime, ¿verdad? Es después empezar a hacer un poquillo de PvP con él, pero nada más. O sea, yo por eso creo cuentas, porque son proyectos nuevos, es algo emocionante, pero no es algo como que las cuentas que tengo que estar logueado 24/7, no. Ok. Pero sí, yo por eso cuando me dicen, no le va a sacar Rigor y Augury al hardcore, y es que no se ocupa, pero se da cuenta, usted Augury no lo ocupa, Rigor no lo ocupa, y no son una necesidad para el Gauntlet, no son una necesidad para el Inferno. Fire es lo único importante en el Coliseo por el boss y ya. Pero igual como le vamos a dar con Bofa, no es como que tengamos el mejor DPS. Como que igual vale la pena estar esperando un Purple y scoutear waves y no. Scoutear el Raid 1, man, no, y sentarme a aprenderlo con alguien, no, man. Otro día será que aprenda esa arma, pero yo lo necesito, que necesite Augury, que necesite Rigor. Igual el Blowpad, eso no se ocupa. Para hacer todo el Inferno sin el Blowpad. That es un nice to have, no es una necesidad. Y el problema del Blowpad, como me dice este muchacho Hexa, era que El blowpipe tiene un problema. Los dardos, las skills, más que todas las skills, no es tanto los dardos, porque los dardos usted los hace y duran más. Pero es una renta, un vergazo de skills. Entonces va a decir, se puede pescar las Sacred Eels y no sé qué, no, pero o sea, yo no voy a pescar esas mierdas. Y yo por eso a mí las cuentas del, ¿cómo se llama? Las cuentas estas de las Rune Dragons me sirvieron mucho para practicar, porque practicaron Gauntlet, Empire, sin Augury, sin River. Practicaron más de todo en realidad. Hicieron Inferno sin Rigor Augury. Claro que es diferente porque tenían creo que, bueno, un Ancient Staff, ni siquiera tenía un Father, sí. Yo sé Iron Stock por eso mismo. La única diferencia es el Dragon Bone, pero yo creo que con Tutti Flicking no debemos tener problemas. Sí, exacto. Ya hagamos la serie de nivel 3 Inferno y terminó. O sea, que podríamos hacer otra, ir un poco más rápido, sí. Que podríamos hacer otra cosa, sí. Se pueden hacer un montón de series, pero la verdad es que el Hardcore Iron Man toma su tiempo, ¿verdad? Entonces, estar casi que todos los días dándole que cutting, que no sé qué, que plata, que Garland, entonces lo bueno es que todo este thieving me ha servido porque creo que estoy como a 4 niveles de poderle hacerle pickpocketing a los elfos. Entonces esos elfos me van a servir porque cuando yo saque Prickfinas, digamos, si tengo toda la armadura y me faltan shards, puedo hacer pickpocket, ¿verdad? Y mientras estoy haciendo otras cosas, ya que es más tranquilo. Yo creo que hoy puedo llegar a You Cardboard, creo. Yo me acuerdo que uno podía en More UI Rec hacerle pickpocket a un monstruo, a un SAR. Pocket. Elves, Master Farmers, Paladinos, Ardoin, Bars, Elfos. Creo que dan Toku y un montón de cosas, ¿no? De fishing contest, man, se me olvida para poder sacar ese dwarf cake. Vieras que no es tanto subir en realidad. La idea no es tanto subir, no sé si me explico. Porque rushear la XP a mí no me sirve de nada. De hecho, yo tengo algo que es mucho más rápido, que son las llaves de los ciudadanos de Barlamore. Yo tengo como 400 en el banco. Esa es la XP, una de las XP más rápidas de thieving en todo el juego. Porque usted entra en una casa, madre, roba y es un montón de XP. O sea, no es una cantidad de XP, es enorme, madre. Y tras de eso usted gana una cantidad pequeña de GP, pero es tan AFK, madre, que usted está así, le da clic al joyero y usted saca. Entonces, por XP no es más que todo como qué puedo sacar durante el tiempo que hago thieving. El paladín es el que más me gusta. Paladín es el más que me gusta porque me da 4 Chaos Runes cada vez que lo robo y me da plata. Entonces ese es como mi favorito, y los ciudadanos de Barlamore, ¿verdad? Dan bastante plata y es AFK. Pero sí, las llaves de los ciudadanos de Barlamore es una de las mejores thieving XPs porque es AFK y usted literalmente es un clic, usted empieza a robar y no para. Es una de las mejores maneras de 99 thieving. Si yo los llegara a sacar a 90 y yo tengo suficiente de lo que quiero, puedo sacarlo a 99 así, saco 99 fácil, que es thieving. Pero si no, Barlamore es que se pasa, usted puede sacar 99 muerto de risa. Okay. Pero tenía que pegar un Maxil, ¿verdad? No puede ser menos. Sí, es un método increíblemente estúpido. Cuando pueda te lo voy a demostrar. Vieras, o sea, se puede llegar así a una estupidez como cientos de K por hora, literal, y no tiene riesgo, no tiene riesgo. Usted lo agarra el ciudadano de Barlamore, lo que le quita son las joyas, y tienes oportunidad de sacar joyas, pero inferiores a, creo que Rubí, no sé qué, pero es una XP tan estúpida, madre, o sea, que usted entra, usted roba, usted es así FK, le da clic a una vara y el bicho ta, y cuando ves al ciudadano de Barlamore entrando por la ventana, entonces, perdón, entrando por la puerta vos sales por la ventana, madre, es un método, pero que yo digo, perro, se pasaron, o sea, ya Thieving es 100% FK. Es súper AFK. Yo lo hice una vez, creo que con mi cuenta esta del hardcore, yo estaba sacando como 70 cada XP. Yo, madre, eso es una estupidez. Solo tenía 50 de, o sea, imagínense. Y hay un mae que está por el banco que te compra esas joyas, porque esas joyas no tienen ningún valor. Te la compra como por 5 GP, no me acuerdo cada uno. 5 GP, 50, no me acuerdo. Entonces, como que no es muy buen GP, pero está más enfocado en lo que es hacer XP, pero es súper AFK. Por eso yo digo que Barlamore es como mi lugar favorito, porque hay de todo. Está el Coliseo, porque se pueden tener mining, se pueden tener de todo. Esa ciudad es muy completa, me encanta. Sí, pero eso es muy click intensive. Barlamore es uno de los métodos más AFK que literalmente le hace rival a eso. Eso es como casi que usted tiene que ser perfecto en todo y no, o sea, y no irse a orinar en nada, pero Barlamore literalmente hace frente a frente con eso y es clic a un item como por 10 minutos y eso es en otros 8 9 minutos tiene que cambiar ese item y después en otros minutos sale el ciudadano de Barlamore, te sales y listo. Hasta digamos, si vas a un mundo muy lleno, ves a la gente entrando a una casa y saliendo de otra. Y eso es un indicador que el ciudadano de Barlamore dejó su casa y ya puedes entrar a robarla. Es muy, ¿cómo se llama? Es muy divertido. Y en Barlamore desde 50 no fallas. La de robar joyería no falla. Algo es estúpidamente increíble. O sea, yo nunca había visto un XP tan loca, man. Sí, voy a ver si encuentro los rangos de XP de esa vara, pero yo creo que eran como... A ver. Wealthy Citizen. Ok, House Keys. Still Invaluables. Así digamos, no es tan exagerado. Ok, mira, a nivel 50 puedes sacar 72k, a 60, 80, a 70, 93, a 80, 95, a 90, 100k y a 99, 105. Pero es totalmente AFK, o sea, es totalmente AFK. para evitar moverme. Pero sí, digamos, imagínate, 100k, pero madre, yo nunca he visto un XP tan AFK, o sea, que yo diga, madre, eso hace que uno quiera sacar 99 Tibing, porque es tan AFK y se supone que, bueno, no es tanto dinero, creo que de 50 a 99 son como, ay madre, no me acuerdo, ¿cuánto era? Era como 15 o 20 millones, no es mucho, o sea, no es mucho lo que uno saca de GP, pero el confort que usted tiene de que no sea click intensive, de que son como unos clics cada cuantos minutos, es muy bueno. Es que Tibing es conocido por eso, por ser click intensive. Pero no, hombre, no, yo... O sea, mira, yo de 50 a 80 y... ¿Qué tengo? 50 a 81. Lo he hecho en Barlamore y no lo he sentido. Porque es tanta la XP y es tan calmado que a mí, digamos, no me molesta hacerlo. Entonces, digamos, imagínate, yo de 50 a 81 por cosas de dinero, saqué todo en Barlamore. Y lo he hecho mientras he hecho Coliseo, imagínate. Y eso es algo que Tibing jamás, ni en sus sueños más locos, pensaría que pueda ser tan AFK, porque Tibing no es conocido por eso. Tibing es conocido por tema. Porque es molesto, porque si no es eso, es Forces Garden, o Pyramid Plunder, o Argy Knights, o Blackjack, o toda esa vara. Y Barlo Borbiru y dijo, ¿sabe qué? Va, hágalo al suave y hágalo super AFK y saque buen XP y ya. Sí, me encanta el hecho de que pensaron click intensivo y lo hicieron medio AFK, porque, o sea, ¿a quién le molesta o a quién le estorba o a quién le quita, mae, sacar 99 de Tibing, ¿verdad? Sí, Barlamore ha sido como, no sé, creo que algo muy bueno para la comunidad. En sí dicen que también miniar ahí, que no ha averiguado cómo es AFK y uno sube relajado. Pero... Sí, eso es lo que, lo que me han dicho con los rumors. Entonces yo seguro para cuando tenga que subir Hunter voy a ir allá. Es que yo pienso que así deberían ser las skills, ¿verdad? Porque, o sea, bueno, el juego ya es largo y es grindy, o sea, hacerlo más fácil o darle más XP a la gente no hace nada. Los que se quejan de eso es como que como que dice, ma, yo duré no sé cuántas horas sacando esto, usted también debería, o sea, no. Eso se llama quality of life. Lo que me gusta de esta Woodcutting Guild es que los Use y los Magics están ahí a la par del banco. Entonces, yo cuando ya llegue a 65 fletching, voy a ver qué tan factible me es hacer U shorts hasta llegar a U longs. Y de U longs, bla bla bla, ¿verdad? Ya conocen la vara. Sí, pero yo digamos, cuando yo que hace un skill más fácil o mejor, que bueno, para gente nueva es bueno, para la gente que empieza cuentas nuevas, qué bien. Pero dime, Voy a escoger Doom. Aunque hubiera escogido volatilidad porque Doom... ¿Saben de qué me di cuenta? Cuando el boss tiene volatilidad, ¿cómo se llama? Las bolitas no desaparecen hasta que él no explota. O sea, que uno prolonga Solar Flare cuando tiene volatilidad el monstruo. Prefería hacerle especial porque me he dado cuenta a veces que porque es un despiche 3, 4, a veces no le hago el spec por eso mismo. Entonces, voy a ir a cargar el site una vez más porque ayer no lo cargué. Terminé, pero quiero recargar este site porque si no que cansa, ¿verdad? O sin cansa, no sé cómo puta se llama ese lugar. Charge site 52, ajá. ¿Cuántas cargas le quedan? Check. 14 sets, ok. Son 1400 cargas. Ah, sí. Estoy exagerado, man, con eso. Sí, yo ahorita abajo y se las doy. Ah, para el saco, ¿verdad?
Sí, no, es solamente para un juego.
Sí. Sí, ya ahorita voy a terminar. Cierto, mae, se me olvida, mae. Falta de costumbre que yo ahora solo dejo 1000 y intercambio las 10. Y son como unos 20 millones extra. Es que prefiero dejar solo 1000, mae. 1000 es un bonito placeholder, pero... lo único malo de esto es que es muy manual. Entonces digamos es como que sí, la opción 1, la opción 2 y te las cambio. La opción 1, la opción 2 y te las cambio. Debería poder uno tener una opción como de trade, madre, pero no, estar es uno por uno porque la lógica es que nadie normal haría eso porque el queer cuesta conseguirlo, bla bla bla, pero supongo que es como cambiar las capas por token. Solo que en este caso los printers sí valen bastante, ¿verdad? Por eso yo creo que yo tengo que hacer como 40 kills con el hardcore aquí para blessearlo, pero Zero Blood went probably on a weekend, Phoenix. Bueno, me voy a ir a acostar, nos vemos. Nos vemos, se cuidan, chao. Me verán seguro en el hardcore en el transcurso del día, pero me sería.